All right, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you guys are having a fantastic day. Welcome back to some more Fortnite Battle Royale, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Monday. Beginning of the freaking week, dude. It's the beginning of the freaking week, dude. Hopefully notifications are going to go out because notifications for yesterday's stream and then even for the video I uploaded this morning just did not work at all. Yankees8, welcome to the stream. Hey, how you doing today, man? What's up, BB? What's up, Wooden? Elijah and Alex, Ryan, Rodrigo, Colin, Torque, the A-Boy, Joseph, Dylan. What's up, Sloth, Awesome, Bull, Kenneth, Bureau, Master, Death Soul Taker, Melvin, Kenneth, ZW Sug. Welcome to the stream, guys. Hopefully you're all having a fantastic day. Yo, Jeremy Gonzalez, by the way. Jeremy, I don't know if you're here yet, man, but you made it onto the top 10 top super chatters, bro. I updated the list like literally just before I started the stream. You're dope, man. Hannes, I am a savage. I'm homesick watching the stream, and I think your shots were to sick and got me sick. I have no idea what that means, Big Ant, but I appreciate you watching the stream. I don't really know what you just said. I think it's clear that notifications went out today too. Darren Hudson with a $2. Thank you very much, man. First donation of the day. What the hell? I think my capture card froze. Huh. On like an old frame or something. I can't wait for the Port-a-Fort. Dude, I think the Port-a-Fort is going to be really, really cool. Here's the only thing that I'm worried about, though. Building is such a huge mechanic in this game. And I feel like if you're not good at building, then you can't really be good at the game. But if it gives you the ability to just all of a sudden be good at building, I feel like that's kind of almost discouraging. Does anybody else feel that same sort of way, too? If you guys don't know what the Port-a-Fort is, essentially it's an object. Here, I can show it to you guys. Port-a-Fort coming soon. New portable fort sprouts a quick defensive position upon impact. So I position, you know, it's going to be sort of like the size of an impulse grenade or a regular grenade. You throw it, it explodes, and it just automatically builds for you. Like, what? I don't know. That worries me a little bit, man. I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest with you. That seems a little iffy, you know what I'm saying? Port-a-Fort should only build a 1x1. I agree with you, man. I'd be totally down if it only built a 1x1. I've been watching you since 200K. Thank you so much, Justin. Appreciate it, my man. What's up, Monkey? Yo, Mr. Spoon. What's up, brother? Griff Tuck, thank you so much for the 100 bits as well, man. I appreciate it. Terrible? You guys think it's terrible? What's in the shop? They brought back the brand new Luck of the Irish thing. The Irish outfit and the Irish pickaxe. I forget what they're called. I'm rocking with my my bat sickle. I love this pickaxe so much. I know for a fact though that once they bring back the Skull Trooper outfit and the Skull Trooper pickaxe, I'm gonna be rocking with a Skull Trooper pickaxe and this outfit all the freaking time, man. It just looks so sick. It's gonna build a medium base. I hope it doesn't build anything too big. If it just builds a 1x1, I'd be happy with that. Like you throw it down, maybe it just builds 2 walls or something like that, and like an L type of shape. Maybe it builds a whole box for you with a ramp. I don't know. What's up, Paul Jackson? How you doing today, man? Have I ever gotten a llama? Yeah, plenty of times, man. Dude, the new glider? The new glider. Do you mean the glider for the Raven? Is that what you're talking about? Guys, by the way, I have a new favorite spot to land. Not even gonna lie. This spot is T1. Okay, I was landing here literally all day yesterday as I was trying to get a thumbnail for the video I uploaded earlier today. By the way, if you guys didn't see that video, hands down, one of the funniest videos I've ever uploaded onto my channel. After the stream or sometime during the stream, if you guys want to go check it out, it's the latest upload on my channel. I was playing random squads, and Kenny made a kid cry, and he stole his scar. Some of you guys saw it, some of you guys didn't. And it didn't really seem like notifications went out for the video, so if you guys missed that upload, make sure you guys go check it out, because it was so freaking funny, man. God, it was so funny. Alright, I'm gonna try to sneak right in here, a little secret spot. Something good. Beautiful. I take fall damage if I fall down here? Oh, I don't. Oh, that's a hell yeah. There's gonna be a guy in there. I don't know where this guy went. I need a shotgun though. Hell yeah. Where is he? Gotta be running up. Juicy headshots. Ooh, is that more potions for me? Gracias, senor. Hey, what's up, Sean? Unfriend Kenny? I honestly need to unfriend Kenny. Not even gonna lie. I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna unfriend Kenny. But no, I'll definitely be playing with Kenny again today, and I want to do more random squads and more random duos with Kenny, because honestly, those gameplays were so much fun. I want to do way more of those because you guys really seem to enjoy those too. That's the sort of stuff that I see you guys asking me to do like all the time. I hope I can get as good as you, even though I'm on console. I build pretty fast. I'm inspired. Hey, thank you, man. Yo, I appreciate that, brother. For real. Hey, yo, try to aim higher than me, man, because I'm not the fastest builder. Don't look to me to be the best. Look for me to be a decent stepping stone. No chest in there. This place has so many great chest locations. It's insane. Like little hidden chests, little hidden Easter eggs everywhere. Always little hidden places to go. What's up, Josh? How you doing today, my man? Play Psycho. I head up here. Oh, really? There's not one in there? You kidding me, my dude? Alright, yo, who thinks we can... Oh, this is gotta be an easy jump to make, right? Yeah, of course, Hennis. Just make the jump the next time, why don't you? What's up, Seamus? Wait, number one... Hold on, what'd you just say, Seamus? Number one mistake you see in beginners? Lack of building. And actually, one of the number one mistakes you... Okay, maybe you can't make that jump. And I just took fall damage. Sick. One of the actually... And I'm going to be honest, one of the big mistakes you'll see me make, and I'm trying to work on it, is you'll see me constantly build when I don't need to. I'm very build happy in this game, because I like to play very passive, right? There's comfort in trying to keep control of the situation. And building's one of the great ways you can do that. That's why I'm always hesitant to not build, you know? Medkit, shotgun, hunting rifle. How much is the shotgun? 200 brick. I literally have 0 brick. Metal, 200 wood for a medkit. I'm doing it, man. Screw it. I'm picking it up. We got a decent amount of wood. We can get a lot more because these wooden pallets, they're literally everywhere. It's one of the reasons I actually really like this place a lot. What's a Portafort? So yeah, it was just announced today. If you guys don't know, the Portafort is going to be a new object that you're just going to throw down on the ground, and it's going to automatically build a base for you. So it's going to be like about the same size as a grenade, maybe an impulse nade. You throw it down on the ground. Actually, just going to apply this right now, even though that's stupid. We're just going to do it. Wear that shirt every stream. I don't wear this shirt every stream. I've wore it for yesterday's stream and today's stream. I do wear it often, but I'm wearing a shirt underneath it, so it's not like it gets dirty, so I can, you know, wear it over and over. You should always go to Tilted Towers. Yesterday when we were going Tilted Towers, we were doing so good. It was actually insane how well we were doing. That might be a sign, in all honesty. Yeah, I'm still trying to learn all the chest spawn locations around here because there are so many. Okay, so I guess you already got all that stuff up there. Is that a trap? Yo, D1 Keith with the sponsor. Thank you so much, D1 Keith. I appreciate that, man. You've been a long time supporter of the channel. I appreciate it, bro. Big time donator. Big time supporter. Let's get some sponsor hype in the chat. Spam those sponsor hype emotes. Enjoy your 15 custom emotes, my man. Enjoy your double coins, brother. Alright, let's get it. I get asked all the time why I switch weapons so frequently in this game. Just a way for me to keep my fingers moving. Stay nimble, you know? Do I like the monitor I use? I honestly, if you guys play PC games and you don't have a 144 hertz or a 240 hertz monitor, I highly advise it. Logan Paul was taken. Yeah, did any of you guys see Logan Paul's live stream? He ended up peaking at more viewers than Ninja peaks at when he plays solo, and that makes sense. I mean, in all fairness, even though Ninja is a really big deal, Logan Paul's way closer to sort of being like an A-list celebrity than Ninja is. Which is kind of a shame, I think, because Ninja deserves it a lot more, but it is what it is. Yeah, he was pulling hella viewers when he went live. For his first live stream, pulled over like I think he peaked at 200 something thousand viewers, which for a first Twitch stream, I mean, of course, it's Logan Paul we're talking about, but that's still insane. Like, when you really think about those numbers, that's crazy. To have that sort of influence. Josh Dexter, thank you so much for the one as well. Sorry, I missed that. Why didn't you hang in Discord, bro? I love going crates. Go, Griftug, you love going crates too, man. Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't get on Discord last night, man. I procrastinated really hard, and then I needed to stay up to work on editing that video that I uploaded today for you guys, which you guys really did seem to enjoy. So, I'm glad you guys liked that. But yeah. Thank you so much, Griftug. And oh, you donated $1 and said you're about to resub. Solomon also came in with a $1. Thank you so much, Solomon. And D1 Keith with it too. I completely missed that super chat. Thank you, brother. We're almost heading like out of the safe zone here. Music is quiet. I definitely have to work on tuning my audio a little bit. I could turn up the music a little bit, guys, because I do agree that I think in the past my music has been kind of quiet. I'm gonna go ahead and turn it up here a little bit. I don't want to make it like too loud. And it's actually not even. All right, that's actually the loudest I can make it for right now, unless I turn up Spotify. It's turned all the way up in freaking whatchamacallit, in OBS. What's up, Pro Matt? Supply drop all the way over there. We've only gotten 1 kill. Omega lol. You should do the V-Buck thing. There are a lot of shots. This is definitely going on up here. Wish I had a jump pad to get up there quickly. Let's get it. It's still quiet, but it's still good. Oh, okay. Did I miss any other donations? Darren Hudson with the 5 says sponsor hype. Yo, Darren Hudson, thank you so much for the support. Griff Talk with another 100 bits says we need more Twitch emotes. I can't add any more Twitch emotes, man, unless I'm a partner. Pick that up. You don't need any of that. And I guess, yeah, we'll take that instead. Actually, probably should take this in all honesty. Campfire? This your guy? I was gonna say, I definitely heard somebody, man. No, all his loot, all his beautiful loot sliding away. Get a scar there too. Give me that. Ooh, a better tactical? Take that. Let's go, man. Yeet. Yeah, we got good ammo too, or good building material as well. Let's go, let's go. Lukey says apply for partnership when you get off. I've done it many times, man. I don't meet the requirements for right now. What I'm confused about though is I definitely pull the necessary viewership on YouTube. Like, and I know Twitch used to have a policy where if you had a big enough YouTube channel that you could get partnered on Twitch, but I guess they removed that, which I don't understand at all. That doesn't make any sense because I'm definitely, I mean, this isn't a bragging thing, but I definitely pull enough viewers on YouTube, and my YouTube channel is definitely doing well enough to the point where I should be able to get a partnership on Twitch, I think. From what I sort of understand about Twitch's policy, but I joined the Discord. Hey, thank you, Mac. Appreciate it, man. What's up, Austie? I love that the kid wouldn't friend him. That was the perfect ending. What that was, yeah, you literally couldn't have made that up at all. If you're talking about the video, which I think you are. Mad building going on over here. Am I friends with Summit 1G? No, I'm not. I don't know him personally. He seems like a really chill guy, though. So many people were giving him flack for playing with Jake Paul. That's just the thing, man. It's Summit 1G. He's so unbiased, and he's just so... He's such a friendly, chill dude. He doesn't care. Everyone's saying how they don't support him anymore now because he played with Jake Paul. That's so stupid, man. Some people are so petty. The guy, literally, you can see him right through there. I don't know how I want to go about this, though. don't like this tree being here. You have to deal with it, though. Oh, these guys are both potatoes, man. Oh, he is unbelievably weak, dude. Oh, what? Wow. Holy lag. Could just use the campfire, but I think we're alright for right now. I usually watch on YouTube, but I prefer Twitch now. Yeah, I got you, Captain. I agree with you, man. Random duos? We'll be doing random duos today, guys. Absolutely. See those? Hello? I'm not even selecting it. Oh. Oh, why can't I pick those up, man? There we go. Yeah, shoot at him, shoot at him, shoot at him. Are you kidding me? Really? Oh my goodness, dude. I don't know if that guy had anything good, but it doesn't matter. I'm so pissed I wasted that campfire, dude. Come on, man. It is what it is, though. It's good. GG's. Alright, let's focus up on the game here, guys. First game on. Not too bad. Let's focus up. Let's get the dub, baby. Let's get the dub. Could put a trap down. That's sure. I could have put a trap down, but that would have been a funny thing to do. But I think it would have been hard too, because in order for the trap to work, you need to place it on a wall that's fully materialized and been fully built. And I don't think the floor was fully built, or maybe the walls were. But that would have been risky. What is Portafort? So it's this new throwable item that's coming to the game soon. The idea is that when you throw it, it's going to automatically build for you. You don't have to build at all. I guess it's going to be some sort of like an instantaneous build type thing, which is going to be really cool. Oh, this sucks, man. Getting up here with no sniper. Ooh. All these bases around here, man. I don't like that base up there at all. That sucks. Get that out of my face. There's a guy all the way down there. I don't have a sniper, though. You think I'm real or fake? I know you're fake. You don't have a check mark. Ninja. I don't think he's safe up there. I wish I had make it right now. When's the new item coming? No saying, man. As of right now. Shoot, look at my building material. Kid's got to be a troll, man. 100,000,000%. Did he not know how to build? He's just zigzagging in the middle of the road, like trying to E-ass me. What the hell is that? Coming Thursday? That wouldn't be. That was not a bad guess, definitely. Or building material, hopefully. You literally had nothing. How did you make it to top 10? What the hell? I love the fact that I have more metal than everything else. Alright, there's literally no point in me going up there. Oh, I'm gonna wait for one of these supply drops. Oh, hell yeah. They're both right up here next to these bases that I already have, too. Let's get it. What do you do with coins? You can enter into giveaways, man. Alright, let's get it, let's get it, let's get it. I'm coming up. What the hell? Oh, did I actually... I managed to materialize it as it... That's actually really freaking cool. I didn't even mean to do that. I have this big fear that somebody's just going to launch something in here. Which they could very easily do. I could really use a llama right now is what I really could use. Why can I not build there? I choked that second to last shot, man. I choked that so hard. Ah, GG's to that guy, man. That was well played. Literally needed one more tack shot on him. That sucks. GG's, man. Damn it. If you guys are new to the channel, though, make sure you guys drop a like. We're almost at 500 likes. I appreciate the support, guys. I appreciate it a lot. All right, let me go ahead and hit up... Actually, no, we're going to do one more solo. I'm going to hit up Kenny here pretty soon, though. And we're going to start doing some random duos here pretty soon. Get some pro rips in the chat, man. Good play on that part. Hey, man, any tips to get views on my stream? Appreciate the £2 donation, man. In all honesty, tips to get viewership. It's going to be really hard to get off the one viewer list if you don't... when you're just starting out. So I would highly advise, like, just telling your friends and family to watch your stream. It's like, whatever. Just tell them to leave a tab open or whatever. You know, that's easy to do. What's up, Jacob? How you doing, man? Elite 57 Gamers just subbed with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub, brother. I appreciate that a lot. We'll check if I missed any donations. Darren Hudson with a sponsor hype. Solomon with a $1 Canadian. Thank you so much. The BXR plays. I just answered your £2. Thank you. And Kyle Beck with a $1.11 says, my Xbox friend thinks he's better than you. 1v1. Dude, 1v1ing, man, is such a stupid thing to do in Fortnite. There's so many different, like, and that's why it's so hard to determine, I don't know. That's why it's so hard to determine, like, who's a better player, quote unquote, when it comes to Fortnite. Because, like, perfect example, look at the situation where I killed Ninja. I pickaxed the guy to death because I got a weapon before he did and he didn't have a weapon. Does that mean I'm a better player than he is? Absolutely not. Ninja's a god. But I'm just saying, you know, like, there's so much RNG to a game. I was talking with Kenny about this yesterday. It's kind of hard to make a game competitive that has Bloom, that has RNG, you know? At Dexbot comes in with a Twitch Prime sub. Dex, you're a freaking legend, man. Thank you so much for the support, bro. I appreciate that a lot, man, for real. Let's get some Prime sub hype in the chat from my man Dex. Definitely feeling more on point today than I was yesterday, though. That's for sure. Was that my trap? I don't think that was my trap. I almost thought I heard it in this shed over here. Did I ever talk to Pants on Fire again? I haven't, man. No. Yep. Somebody's in here. 100%. Rip that guy, dude. 200 IQ play on his part, though. Well, this is going to be such a sucky build fight. Oh my god. What was his name? Lick my paint. Omega lol. I'm dead. Yeah, good play on that guy's part, man. I had no more building material. I should have just gone for the kill. I was super weak, too. That guy. I subscribe to turn on post notifications. Thank you so much, Robert. I appreciate, guys, 500 likes in the stream already. Thank you guys so much. What's up, Halo Master? I should have pushed that guy while he had his building material out. That's what I should have done. What is Port-a-Fort? So it's this new item that you're going to be able to throw in the game, right? You throw it, and it's going to automatically build for you. That's the idea behind it. It's pretty cool. I subbed, liked, shared, and turned on post notifications. Thank you very much, Cheez It. Appreciate it. Hennis, is there a banana in your kitchen? There's not. I finished my last banana last night. Banana's the meme, by the way, for those of you guys who don't know. Michael Williams, shout out to you, dude. Guys, by the way, I've got 2 huge boxes over here. I ordered some sound foam that I'm going to be putting up on the wall right there and on the wall behind me at some point today, probably after the stream, to sort of help a little bit with the acoustics in this room. The acoustics really aren't that bad, but I want to make the audio like crisp and clear for you guys, you know? Crispy clear. Crispy clear. I subscribed. I love your videos, and you're the best Footnote player. And I've been a big Footnote player. Big Footnote fan for a long time, so it means a lot that you're supporting me with that. And as Port-a-Fort will suck. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I'm not looking forward to it either, if I'm being 100% honest. They're not the 2 weapons that I wanted. Freaking serious right now. Oh, this is quite the starting loadout, gents. There we go. Holy Jesus. Can't do that. Give me that. Ah! You guys ready? Let's go, dude. Woo. I don't want anything else. I'm good. Reload. I'm talking about getting floored, dude. Holy Jesus. Anything else I want there? I don't think so.
Welcome to the Salty Spittoon. How tough are you?
What? I thought somebody went up on the rocket ride. I really shouldn't challenge that. Yo, Noah Craft, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub, my man. I appreciate that. What's up, Toxic? Thank you so much for that, bro. Yo, Kilo Sister donated with Twitch Prime as well, or subbed with Twitch Prime as well. Thank you so much, my man. I appreciate the support a lot. Thank you. I need another shotgun. Wait, that shot was at me? I thought I heard it, like, above me or something. Was he behind me? He's a serial killer. Like the cereal you eat. GG's, I guess? I didn't even see you. Yo, Brownie Slimes also comes in with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you so much. Please shout me out, and I love your channel. Brownie Slimes, shout out to you. Appreciate the love. I licked you last night? That's not a weird thing to say. What's up, Boston? How you doing, man? I've been subscribed for about 3 months now, and I love your streams. Thank you so much, Bradley. I appreciate the support, bro, for real. Yeah, if you guys are new, make sure you turn on post notifications along with subscribing so you never miss a future stream. If you turn on post notifications, when you tap the bell icon below the video player, make sure you screenshot it and tweet it at me on Twitter, @ProHennis, because I do follow every notification squad member back on Twitter. Play with Pants on Fire? I don't think he's accepted my friend request, unfortunately. I can double check, though. Oh, he did! Oh, was he on? Pants on Fire. Wait, it should show him as a friend, shouldn't it? Unless he denied me. What if he denied me? Oh, no. I might have said... I know for a fact I sent him a friend request, but I think he might have declined it. No way. He declined it? Hold on, we're gonna send him another one just before we hop into this game. Hold on. What was it? Pants with a Z _on _fire. Add. Oh my god. He actually declined it. That's so sad. How am I ever gonna prove to this kid that I didn't actually steal his scar? That's what's so depressing about that. Feel sad, man. Do I think they're ever going to start putting some sort of restrictions on the game for students? Not trying to spam, just curious. Restrictions on the game for students? What do you mean? He declined your friend request because he's mad at you. You took his scar, grr. That sucks. Dark Zend with a £2 says, yo, sorry, not a lot, but I love your videos and streams. Hey, dude, honestly, any and all support really does mean a lot. I'm not just saying that, man. Thank you. What's up, Harry? You didn't cry when Kenny stole his scar? I cried. I think this kid's good. Either good or we're just not expecting that play at all. Dude, you're cool. I appreciate that, man. Glad you're enjoying the stream, brother. For real. Raven outfit sucks? Huh? You think so? I don't think the outfit sucks, man. I think it's pretty sweet. My friends have never heard of you, but I love your videos. Thank you, man. Has he gotten the porta fort yet? No, because it's not in the game. Unfortunately not. They'll be adding it soon, though. People are saying they'll be adding it Thursday, I guess? I have no idea when they'll be adding it, because right now it just says soon. Dude, this kid had no clue what was going on. I mean, unfortunately, we just lost a lot of our shield, but it is what it is. Where did I just hear that? Is that above or below? Definitely below. Logan Paul says hi. Why do I doubt that? LB Gamer with a $1. Thank you so much. Carl with a 2 says, can we play Fortnite together sometime? I play with the people who I want to play with, man. It's nothing personal. I can't play with everybody who from the stream who wants to play, you know? But thank you very much for your donation. Ben also comes with a £2. Says, hey, Hennis, love the Raven outfit. It's lit. It is lit. Thank you. Let's do a quick poll in the chat. How many of you guys, genuinely, and I want honest opinions on this, think that the Raven outfit is better than the Dark Voyager, or the Dark Vanguard. Dark Voyager. Type 1 if you think the Raven is better. Type 2 if you think the Dark Vanguard is better. I want to know what you guys think. I personally think the Raven outfit is like light years beyond. That's just me though. A lot of ones in the chat. All right, I'm seeing some twos though. There's some Dark Vanguard fans out there. Never got looted. I dare you to do the one gun only challenge. The one gun only challenge. I've done that before, actually. I did it for a challenge. It wasn't titled the one gun only challenge, but I uploaded it on my channel. It was something like somebody came into my stream and bet me $10 that I couldn't use one gun for the entire game. And so I ended up titling it something along the lines of like, shoot, that's so, I wish I found those earlier, man. For the slurps. I'm gonna take the medkit though. I usually never do that, but I'm taking the medkit this time. Have you ever tried the no gun challenge? No, I have not, but I did. Yeah, so the one gun challenge. The one weapon I ended up using was the silenced pistol. Andrew comes in with a sponsor. Thank you so much. I don't want to butcher your last name. Rosa Paul? Hopefully I'm not butchering that. But yo, enjoy your 15 custom emotes and your double coins, man. Oh. Guys, I think we got a T1 player out here. Hold on. I'm going to give him a little bit of time to build because I think... I'll check this. Watch him be a god. Though. Jesus Garcia comes in with a 2 and says, I'm back. Do you remember me? I'm going to beat Grifftuck. Jesus Garcia donates $2 and says he's going to beat Grifftuck. You know Grifftuck's donated like almost $3,500 to the stream, man, right? Oh, shoot, dude. Oh, nice little build fight going on over there. Oh, I just saw a guy right here. Dude, what is happening with the aim today, man? We're on point. Not gonna go for that. Just gotta go. We got lucky getting 3 kills right there. My goodness, that was a lot more than I thought I was gonna get. Three of those. Oh, we already have max wood. I think I'm taking the nade launcher instead. Yep, definitely taking the nade launcher. Even though snipes have been on point. I know. Were those all headshots too? I think they were. Oh, we already have max wood. That's right. Can you do squads? I'm going to be playing with Kenny shortly here, guys. Absolutely. Ben donates £5 and says, I'll give you $10 super chat if you do the 1 gun challenge next game. Pretty soon I'm going to be doing random duos or random squads, man. So, I don't know. We'll see. And it says, it take your material? Oh, that's a really good question, actually. I don't know. I would assume it would, or else it'd be kind of overpowered. If it kind of came with its own, like, building material already inside it. The chat's saying Kenny's evil. I agree. I could not agree with you guys more. I'm glad you guys see it, too. What's up, Savage Gamer? How much did the face cam cost? I got it for free, actually. It's from Logitech. What's up, Eric? How you doing, man? Is this a clickbait title? Dude, it says it's coming soon. It doesn't say it's in the game now. New Port-a-Fort soon. What else can I say? Literally just got announced like 2 hours ago. An hour ago. 2 hours ago, I think. I'm tempted to apply one of these med kits just for the lulz. Get myself all the way up to full health. Oh my. Big basis. It'll land up top, isn't it? Yes. That is what I wanted. He in the safe zone over there with that giant base that he had. It'd be so hard to siege, dude. Might be able to take it though. We'll see. I kind of want to go for him just so we can get the high ground here. Oh, he's not even in the safe zone anymore. We're still going to go for him. Pretty sure there's still a guy up here. We got decent cover going up to it too. It says family friendly but has Rockstar in the background. Listen, man. I don't swear on stream, but I'm going to play what music I want. Fun. I don't know how he ended up being behind me, but how would you push out like that? What's this guy doing down there? I'm just gonna get out of here. I don't think this guy knows about the traps down here. Whoa, 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 lag, lag, lag. That hurts. GG's, man. Oh, hearts pounding, boys. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. I'll catch up on all the donations right after this game, guys. Just let me finish up. Try to win this. Nobody was gonna nail him. Oh, he's got a sniper, I think. Oh, he doesn't. Let's go, baby. That's what I'm talking about, man. Yo, GG's in the chat, baby. Let's get it, man. I'll stay with the wiggle a little bit longer. It's deserving. It's deserving. That guy pushed out at the worst time. He must have just been camping in there. 10 kills, not too bad. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're new to the live stream, make sure you guys drop a like. We're really close to 1,000 likes in the stream. And make sure you guys subscribe to the channel as well. I live stream Fortnite every single day for you guys. And if you turn on post notifications, I'll live stream Fortnite. Or if you turn on post notifications, I'll follow you on Twitter if you tweet me a screenshot. I'll always live stream Fortnite. GG's, man. GG's. Victory Royale, guys. Alright, let me catch up on some of these donos here. We had a lot of them. Bassfish Cat donates $2 and says, my team won our baseball game 7-6. Love the streams. Congrats on winning the game, man. That's awesome. Yeah, I remember I played baseball back in middle school. I absolutely loved it. It's my favorite sport to play by far, I think. GTA Online donates $5. Thank you so much. Vincent with a 3 says, do you like to play the new models that come out? I don't really know what you mean by new models, man. But thank you for your donation. Then GTA Online plus Fortnite donates another $10. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that as well. Maddie Ice with a $1. Thank you. Jesus Garcia with a $2 says, easy, I will catch up when I donate. Easy, I'll catch up every day when I donate. Easy, I'll catch up when I donate every day. Something like that. Thank you so much for the donation, man. Either way, I really appreciate it. Sander with a 50 Norwegian krone. Thank you for that. 228811228811 donates $2 and says, can I get a shout out for my YouTube channel where I post clips? Thank you so much for your $2, man. And absolutely, shout out to you. I'm not going to link your channel or anything just because I don't do that for donations, but I appreciate it. And Crazy DJ with a $3 as well. Thank you, man. Appreciate it a lot. But yeah, when you guys subscribe to the channel, you'll see your name appear in the lower right-hand corner as well. Super close to 336,600. Damn. Yeah, stats are unavailable right now, guys. The Porta Fort will be so cool. I hope it's going to be cool. I hope it's not too overpowered. That's what I worry about. But to be honest with you, Epic Games has done a fantastic job, I think, of adding stuff into the game that hasn't been overpowered. Bro Hennis's dad donates $1. I doubt that's my real dad because he says, is this your job? Yes. This is my full-time job. I'm going to wait until I play with Kenny, guys, to do some like random squads or whatever. Random squads and random duos. 25 win streak incoming? Maybe. Who knows? I'm definitely feeling better today than I was yesterday. And thank you very much for 1,000 likes, guys. That's crazy. In less than an hour? I really appreciate it. Song, this is Fat Lip by Sum41. Can my brother have a shout out? His birthday was yesterday. His name was Ryan. Absolutely. Shout out to Ryan, man. Shout out to Ryan. We go tilted again? I actually don't know. Let's go, yeah, let's go here. This cargo, actually, that cargo place kind of annoys me too. Let's go factory. What happened to Pants on Fire? He hasn't accepted me, man. I like watching your videos so much. Thank you, dude. I uploaded the video yesterday that, unfortunately, I don't think notifications got sent out for it, so a lot of you guys probably missed it, but it's a really solid video. So make sure you guys go check it out. Yeah, it's an awesome video. It's an awesome, awesome video. Yes, please. Rip Pants on Fire 2018 to 2018. He'll respond one day. We'll have to make it our mission to one day get him to see that video. Does he do Twitch? Yes, I do have a Twitch channel. I'm actually live over on Twitch right now. Twitch.tv/ProHennis. If you guys go follow me over there, I'd really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. I realize I do this like same method every single time. It's a nice way to get cover though. Just don't know if anybody else is here. What's up, Amelia? I definitely want to start doing more exclusive Twitch streams. I know I say that a lot, but especially with how frustrating YouTube is as a platform, I'm gonna need to start doing it just for my own mental health. Notifications for Twitch always seem to work. Never broken. It's like the biggest thing. Just appears that Twitch has got a better grasp of notifications. Which, in all fairness to YouTube, though, YouTube has way more notifications to worry about, but still. It's crazy how off they are a lot of the time. No chest in here. Feel sad, man. RIP. What's up, T7? How you doing, my man? Already a scar. What would happen if there was no Fortnite? What would I do? I'd probably still be doing COD in all honesty. Probably still be playing Call of Duty. Somebody's in here. Ooh, boy. I know where he is. I know how I'm gonna get to him anyway. Hey, come get me, come get me. I didn't realize he was still upstairs. You kidding me? Come on, game. Work with me. Yes, yes, yes. Whoa, what? A headshot with a pump that close range doesn't kill him. He must have had full health, full shield. Had to have. Glad that fight actually got him though. That was funny. Trap comes in handy, boys. Let's get it. Do I do merch giveaways? I did merch giveaways a lot. Very, very frequently. Very, very frequently a while ago. Until I started doing more Fortnite giveaways. Ah, shoot. Wow, I actually merged through that. Ah, shoot. Why did I just do that, dude? Ah! Where's my weapon? Oh my god. Yikes, man. What the hell? I think somebody just bought merch. Is that what I just heard pop up? I think somebody did. Oh my goodness, man. What the heck? What, this is live? I didn't know. Yeah, it is. Oh my goodness. Lol, the first pro has merch notification I've seen. Yo, whoever just bought merch, I appreciate that, guys. Thank you so much. That really means a lot. Thank you for supporting. I appreciate it. And that guy and I both ran out of all of our freaking mats real quick. Holy crap. How many wins do I have? A little over 400. Nothing crazy, crazy. It just... Those shots are close. Oh. Forgot that was there. Damn. This guy's name is literally Soar? Oh, interesting. Like the team. Wait a minute. That dude's a god. Holy Lord. He just destroyed me. Wow. That was actually very, very impressive. My god, what happened to the music? Should I play this one out? Looping, keep it looping. Name is just Soar. Wow. Ninja has over 2,000 wins. Yeah, Ninja's a legend, that's for sure. Let me catch up on these donations. Wow, there was a lot of them. Fortnite Slayer with the $2 says, how do you get a lot of this stuff on screen on OBS? Well, a lot of this stuff is just by overlay. But the new subscriber notification, pretty much all this stuff is actually done through Streamlabs. Streamlabs is a fantastic service. What type of PC do I have? There's a link to my specs in the description down below if you're curious. How do you check your coins? Exclamation point, coins in the chat. I would buy your merch, but it's too expensive. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't control the prices for those. The company that I go through, designed by humans, you know, obviously controls the prices that they sell everything at. But I sell shirts, hoodies, crew necks, long sleeves, stickers. There's phone cases. I'm forgetting because I haven't been on the site in a little bit, but a lot of the common stuff. You'll be able to find something that you want, more than likely. And if you want to support it, really does mean a lot. So, can you buy merch with coins? No, you cannot. How much does your PC cost? It was about 1,800, little less than $2,000. Crazy DJ with another $1. Thank you. P Bush Vlogs with a $3 says, Hennis, please shout me out. I love your videos. Thank you so much, dude. Shout out to you. I appreciate the love. Ben donates £2 and says 3 a.m. in the UK. Going to sleep later. Hennis, have a good one, man. Have a good night. My sleep schedule is completely screwed up. I woke up like 2 hours ago, so yeah. BXR Plays donates £2 and says, hey man, any tips to deal with me with a dead stream? Get your family and friends to watch. That's the greatest way to get off the one viewer list. It really, really is, man. Greatest advice I can give. Just tell them to leave a tab open. They don't even need to watch, you know? Literally tell them to just leave a tab open. That can really help. Oh shoot, I screwed that up, didn't I? What's my Epic Games username? Just Pro Hennis. TBNR Kenworth. I hope to play with Kenny here in a little bit. We were playing yesterday, and he told me to hit him up whenever I'm on. But I think he's playing with somebody else right now. I think he's playing with Dirty. I gotta finish up on these donos here. Toxic Flames came in with a $1. Thank you so much, Toxic. Since I'm new to the channel and you're one of the very few YouTubers to watch, keep up the great work, man. Thank you very much, dude. I'm glad you enjoy the content, for real. Knight on YouTube donates $2.50. Says, hey, Hennis, I was wondering, do I ever do random squads, random duos with people in Discord? And if that's in the rules, I don't read them. Plus, I was the Night Kid. I said hi when you were moving Blizzard into your call. Moving Blizzard into my call. I don't know if I remembered that, man. In all honesty. But I appreciate the donation, man, for real. And to answer your question, I don't usually do that sort of stuff. Just because I can't. I can't play with everybody, you know. But I am gonna start doing here in the very near future. I am 100% gonna start playing with more squads and duos. That's gonna happen very, very soon. I just have to get a few more things worked out in my Discord first. How much are the phone cases? That's literally the most depressing part. I get a little bit of a discount, obviously, because it's my store. But they're so freaking expensive, man. I gotta find like another merch distributor or something where the prices are a little cheaper or something. I don't know. People are saying there's a scar. I don't think so. Oh, there is. What the heck? Yo, you guys weren't lying. There's literally a scar just freaking chilling here. Yo, thank you, chat. Damn, I thought you guys were messing with me. For real. Thank you. How much do I play Fortnite? I pretty much only play when I stream. But Johan also comes in with a $1. Thank you so much, Lohan. Lockdown donates $2 and says, "What's up? What's up?" Thanks for your donation. Night on YouTube donates $1. Really use a shotgun. Jesus. Night on YouTube donates $1 and says, "Just do straw polls," or is that not fair? Straw polls on who to play with? It would just be like a randomizer on who I play with, or I'd prioritize sponsors and subs first. Probably is how it would work. That's usually how I've done it in the past, you know? I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I really like the new shooting mechanic in this game. I know some people really hate it. I kind of like it. I think the damage drop-off is fine. I really, really do. I know a lot of people really think that it sucks, but I think it's a great way. It's kind of a nice way to reward the people who have good aim. And then maybe to actually do damage, and then also maybe compensate so really good players who have amazing aim can't just laser other players across the map, you know? What do I do with my life off of YouTube? I eat a lot of food, and to be honest with you, man, I don't really have a life outside of this. This is just really what I enjoy. This is where I meet and talk with a lot of my friends. This is my passion, man. This is my life. This is what I love doing. So I'm blessed and happy that I can do this as my job. It's pretty sweet. Is Bloom a thing anymore? It's definitely still a thing, 100%. Yeah. And for those of you guys who don't know what Bloom is, it's just when you shoot, your bullets don't always go in the direction that you're shooting them. So like you can have your crosshair right on an object, and it does it for some weapons and not others. For instance, I'm pretty sure snipers and hand cannons and revolvers don't have Bloom, but weapons like the Scar do. So like you'll notice, this is actually a perfect example, the update that they added. I'll show you guys this right here. Most of you guys probably know this, but for those of you who don't, check this out. You go to aim at an object, right? And notice how like my crosshair immediately goes to like the middle. When I'm moving, it spreads a little bit. The more I move, the more spread it has. And then as soon as I stop, it goes right down the middle. So you'll know that when your crosshair fully goes to the center like that, that's when you have 100% accuracy. That's when your bullet's going to go immediately right on the target. But you have to be standing still. That's the one downfall. And obviously, if you're standing still, you're more vulnerable to get sniped or shot or something, you know. So that's sort of how they've compensated for it. I think that's a completely fair way to compensate. Sort of balance it, I think, in all honesty. I don't think that's unfair at all. What am I hearing right now? I feel like I was hearing a drop or something. What happened to the smoke grenades? They took those out. I think they said that most people weren't really using them. To be honest with you, they're kind of useless, I think. It would have been really interesting to see, though, if Fortnite actually had like a competitive scene, how they would have been using the competitive scene. But it is what it is. I gotta land tilted next game, I think. That's where I'm gonna go next game. Yeah, find people, man. What the hell? I'm literally in the middle of like factory, salty. People rotating from retail. Guess I gotta push more this way. Mr. Spoon, what's up, buddy? What's up, Space Boy? I should try the high explosive mode. I've played it before. I'm not a big fan of the high explosive mode. It's just way too hectic. It's just a ton of noobs just like blasting RPGs everywhere. And I understand it. Obviously, it takes skill, but I don't know. Not my thing, personally. I love the regular mode so much. I don't have a shotgun, man. I hate this. shotgun, I need a shotgun, I need a shotgun. My Scar, come back. Wow, that was close. Hennis, I told Kenny to come over. Alright, he's playing with Dirty right now, yeah. At least from what I can see in his Discord. I was met up. Damn, that guy had everything. How do you feel when people compare you to Ninja? To be honest with you, it doesn't really mean anything to me at this point. It's kind of like, whatever, you know? Ninja's a fantastic player. I don't think I'm better than Ninja. I think Ninja's a fantastic player. Plays the game a lot more than me. Comparing players in Fortnite is kind of silly when you really look at it. At the end of the day, because there's so much just RNG involved in the game, you know. Where's that RPG coming from? More importantly, where was all this guy's loot? Holy Jesus, that scared the living crap out of me. Let them finish. Oh, shoot. Oh my god, we gotta go. Damn. I think we can outrun this one, though. I'm pretty sure we can outrun this. Probably should have taken advantages. We don't have a campfire. No, I wasn't paying attention to the storm at all. Shoot. This guy's gonna take off a lot of my health, too. Come on, dude. Why are you not rushing me? You have anything? You have anything? You got a campfire or medkit I shot. Yep. Only taking one right now. That's fine. Oh man. I don't know if he had anything else. I'm not gonna bother to check. We should be able to make it out of this fine, I think. It'll be a close call. We'll just have to apply this at 25 or so. This will be really And that's just fan-freaking-tastic, dude. How do I buy merch? There's a link in the description down below, man. Shop.prohennis.com. Let it go for this guy. He's gonna try to get an RPG off. You seriously fall down? GG's, man. Woo! Where's that coming from? Oh my god. And god, you're a noob. Thought that was purple for a second and I almost freaked out. I was like, why they took that out of the game? Okay. What song is this called? This song is called On and On by Cartoon. I love other people's streams, but yours is the most welcoming. Hey, you know, dude, that really means a lot because I do. Sick job, Hennis. There's definitely a guy here. Just wanted to throw that out there. I 100% heard him. Jump, Hennis! Okay. Could have sworn I heard footsteps. Whatever, that's all good. Do I have a big Hennis? I'm pretty sure I'm the biggest Hennis on YouTube, for sure. Teedly. What's my real name, Hennis? My real name's Henry. That's sort of where the Hennis part comes from. A jump pad, baby. That's what we like to see now, don't we? Okie dokie. Figure out where these kitties are. Oh, God. Hi, GG's. Let's get it, let's get it, let's get it. All right, guys. Down to the last player. You kidding me, man? I can't build. Oh, I'm surprised I didn't get him. What? GG's, man. Woo! Let's go, bros! That's what I'm talking about, man. Let's get some GGs in the chat. Yo, ladies and gentlemen, drop a like in the stream if you guys are new. Subscribe if you haven't done so already. When you guys subscribe, you're going to see your name appear in the lower right-hand corner. And make sure you turn on post notifications to you so you never miss a future stream or video. Let's get it, man. GGs. Every day, bro. It's every day. Somebody said that in the chat, by the way. That's not me. Heart pounding, man. Goodness gracious. 2 solo wins on the day, baby. Let's get it. GG called it. GG called it. Let's go. Almost 1,500 likes too, guys. Thank you so much for the support. What's up, Space Boy? W delivered. Sorry for the in-system glitch. Yeah. Dash. Fix that next time, man. Don't deliver me an L. What's your opinion on the ported fort? It'll be interesting to see how it gets played. I'm not really sure. For those of you guys wondering, because I do have it in my title and in my thumbnail, the ported fort. It's going to be a new portable fort that sprouts a quick defensive position. So you're pretty much going to be able to throw it. It's very similar to like a grenade or something. And it's going to automatically build a base for you. I don't know how big the base is going to be or what it's going to be made out of, or if you're even going to be able to decide that. But my guess is it's going to take from the material you already have and just build something. So it'll be pretty cool to see how it goes. King Tut subs with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate the Twitch Prime sub. 2288 comes in with another $5 donation. Says, can you shout out my channel, which is FlipPhone22, and check out the link donated to you earlier and tell me if it's a good video or not. Keep up the good work and love your videos. Thank you, man. I don't do that stuff for donations, bro. But best of luck with your channel, man. For real, I do appreciate your donation as well. It's just I can't shout out everybody's channel. You know what I'm saying? And did Kenny seriously just read my message? What's up, Minecraft gamers? This is my first time watching you ever, and I love it. You're awesome at gaming. I'm definitely turning on post notifications. How much have I spent on V-Bucks? Oh, a lot. Especially with how much I've given away and how much I've bought for myself. I've got almost every single item in the game. A lot, my man. A lot. Medikit for brick. AR. Is that an AR for metal? Hunting rifle for 200 wood. That's funny. That's a little camp in there or something. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Hey, whoever else is here knows what they're doing. They're going for all these chests. Huh. Ah. What do you guys think? You guys think this guy's still here? One guy that landed here. I don't know where he went. We have the worst weapons right now, though. Love your streams, bro, and I turned on post notifications. Thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate that. It's a lot of bad things. U28, I'm reading your donation right now, man. I'm kind of confused, not gonna lie. He says, yo, I'm sorry to sound needy, but it's just that I have 6 subs. Yeah, man, like, hey, here's the best advice I can give to you, man. Well, more of motivational advice than anything else. You just gotta know, bro, that everybody who made it to where they are, every big YouTuber that you enjoy watching, including myself, I wouldn't consider myself that big of a YouTuber, but anybody big who you like to watch, we'll use Ninja as like the perfect prime poster child example. He started at 0 subs at some point. He started at 0 followers. He had 0 viewers. Right? Everybody works their way up. And that's what I love about the gaming industry, the gaming entertainment industry on YouTube. Everybody starts in the same level playing field. Some people may have an advantage if they have more money to buy better equipment. But the point is that everyone starts at 0 followers and you build up a following, regardless of whatever social media you start on first. Logan Paul had 0 followers at one point. Ninja had 0 followers. Ali A had 0 followers. You know? All these people were nobodies at one point. And they all came up, and look at them now. They're all massive stars, right? That's the type of outlook you gotta have on it, man. Oh, that's too funny, dude. I think he just accidentally shot or something. He must have accidentally shot, because he just completely annihilated himself for seemingly no reason. Where does RPG go, though? I went up here. There's all the rest of his stuff. That's a mega rip, dude. Oh my god. Sucks to that guy. You said you were going to land tilted? Oh, that's true. I did say I was going to land tilted. My bad. I definitely have to land tilted again, though. Definitely have to land tilted again. 100,000%. Play with Typical Gamer? He's really good. Typical Gamer is actually a solid Fortnite player. I always thought he wasn't like... I always thought he kind of pulled viewers just because he was, you know, he's a really insanely popular YouTuber, right? With like 6 mil subs. But at the end of the day, I took a second to sit down and watch some of his gameplay. He's actually a really solid player. And I was actually like pleasantly surprised. So I'll tune into his stream every now and then. Might even be better than me. I'm not even kidding. He's a smart, consistent player for sure. Mr. Heavy Shotgun? Nah, I'm not a big fan of the heavy guys. I'll always take attack over heavy. Comments coming on April 18th. Thought you should know. April 18th. Is that the confirmed date? I don't know, man. A lot of conspiracies out there about how this whole thing's gonna work out. Where is it? It's at 80, right? You see, there it is. Hey, listen, man. I'm just trying to look at the comment, bro. we actually doing this? What the heck? Take it up. We got Max Wood now too. Let's get it, baby. Woo! We're leaving the RPG. I know. It's not confirmed. That's true. It's not confirmed, but there's so many little Easter eggs and so much evidence to point towards it actually happening. It'll be really cool to see if it actually happens. Has building seemed really laggy for me today? No, it hasn't seemed laggy for me at all. Lagging for me sometimes feels really, really laggy, especially editing, but there's always editing glitches in this game. They have to fix those. April 18th is 1 month for my birthday. Be a cute little early birthday present. This guy's going all the way for this drop. Shoot, I can't get to him quickly. It's crossbow me. Don't crossbow me. What is this song? Russell Westbrook on a Farm by Lil Dicky. By far, my favorite rap song ever. Maybe my favorite song ever. The story behind this, it's got no chorus. Lil Dicky, if you don't know who he is, he's known for being a comedian rapper, but his lyrical game is insane. One of the best, probably, in all of the rap industry, in my opinion. His ability to tell a story and paint a picture is like no other. If you guys don't know who this guy is, you've never heard any of his music, I highly advise you guys go watch it, or just listen to this song. Because this guy is so much fun to listen to. Holy crap. We go get this Chug Jug, man, and then we can fight, alright? Chances that I get this guy? Now we know where they are. Go right for him. I think she's going to be building down. Let's go, man. Right at the last second. That's freaking awesome. Okay, let's just chug this right now. Russell Westbrook on a Farm by Lil Dicky. That was beautiful. The last second it just explodes, and that was perfect. Get it. Kind of wanted to grab the sniper, but I want the make hit more. Love your streams. Yo, thank you. Fastest Cashier. What a name. That's unique. I need more people like you when I go to the grocery store. I don't know where that guy went. Tempted to go all the way up, or I could just use my rocket. Oh, ooh, look at what he had. Get that there, I guess. Get that there, I guess. We'll try to find these guys over here. They're going to be pinched by the storm. They should be fairly easy kills. What's up, Kings Row? I kind of wish I had that other kid's potions. We're gonna have to go back for that full potion. What's up, the baller? Rip that guy. Thread the needle, boys. Go over here. Hey, what's up, CJ? Welcome to the stream, man. It's the most perfect shot of all time, man. You gotta be kidding me. 25 HP. He's gonna die. Watch this. He's gonna die right here. God damn it, man. Rip to that guy. That was perfectly timed. He jumps out and it hits the back of my ramp. The splash damage kills me. Rip in the chat, dude. That sucks. Ben donates £1. Thank you so much. JVN donates $2 as well. So good night, man. Stay strong. Thank you so much, JVN, for the $2. Appreciate it. Or rips in the chat. If you guys are enjoying the channel, make sure you guys drop a like, subscribe if you haven't done so already. This may be too personal for your stream, but just out of curiosity, do you have a girlfriend? I do not have a girlfriend. No, I do not. Nah, that's not a too personal question. I don't care. There's some personal questions I won't answer, but nah, I don't have a girlfriend. Ben donates £2 and says at the end, can you rate a streamer? I haven't rated somebody in a long time, man. So if I remember, I'll rate somebody. Let's go Tilted Towers this game though. What's the best option to land, do you think? I always like to land somewhere where not a lot of people are going to land, man. What's up, Rhino? Comes in with a $2. Thank you so much. Prestige also with a £2. Says, I'm in Chris Brown's body. I wish I could wake up one day in Chris Brown's body. His life seems pretty sweet. Hey, what's up, Blanderson? How you doing today, bro? What's up, Husky? What PC do I use? It's a custom builder from iBuyPower, my man. Steffi with the $2 says, I love your streams, by far the best YouTuber ever. Thank you so much, Steffi. I really, really appreciate that, man. The compliments really mean a lot, guys. Thank you. Do I have mobile Fortnite? Yeah, I do, but I've only played it once. I'm not a big fan, to be 100% honest with you. Yeah. I was expecting to build more of an opening there, but... Took way too much fall damage there. That really sucked. Good thing there's a medkit back up there, though, on that roof. Yeah! Totally worth it to come get this guy, though. Under 1,000%. What's up, King's Raw? How you doing today, brother? Double heavy? No, I'm not a big fan of the double heavy strat, dude. I always love running the pump and then the pump and then attack. I think that strat is awesome. I don't know where that guy went. Definitely over there, though. Might have built up. Holy god, that guy did a lot more damage than I expected. Shoot. I'll get this chest here. So scary. I like to think of myself as a pretty level-headed and reasonable person, so not a whole lot of stuff scares me. Although I shouldn't really say that, because I don't really like scary movies at all. Because I also like to consider myself, I have a pretty powerful imagination, I think. So I often overthink things more than I should. Take those. How do you get merch with coins? You can't. What's up, Infamous? The sound is off for me. Try turning up your volume, man. I don't know what you want me to say. Alright, we just got a brand new sponsor. Brad Forward Pair. Sponsors the channel. Thank you so much, Brad, for your sponsor, home. That was actually really sick. I didn't even mean to do that. For your sponsor, I appreciate that, bro. Thank you so much. Let's get some Brad hype in the chat. And then Deathback also donates 10 bucks. He says, that's pretty good. Keep up the fantastic work. I'm homesick from work school due to mono and strep throat. Damn, that sucks, dude. I've never had mono, but I've had strep throat plenty of times. That's not. $288 donates another $2 and says, I think you're one of the best YouTubers. Thank you very much for all the compliments, guys. I really appreciate it. Listen, like, I appreciate the compliments. Just know that I'm always trying to improve. Always working on trying to improve. The entertainment world moves really quickly, so people can move in and out very, very fast. But Brad, thank you so much for your sponsor, man. I'm sorry I didn't really get the chance to acknowledge that fully. Enjoy your custom emotes, man, and enjoy your double coins for giveaways. Thank you so much. Fort soon. I don't know how I could have made a shorter, less clickbait title. Dude, my computer can barely run Fortnite on lowest settings possible, so I'm stuck on Xbox to play right now. Xbox isn't that bad. PC players always give console a bad rap. It's not the worst thing in the world. PC is definitely better, don't get me wrong. But ooh. Ooh. Let's just put it this way, guys. I'm not going to sit here and tell you how to get free skins in the game. Alright? Hopefully that should clear up sort of where I stand right now on that whole issue. Leaving that in there. It's a pretty well hidden spot. Hopefully nobody's going to grab that RPG. My goodness. This house literally had exactly what we needed. Do I like big booties? Hey. Fat bottom girls make the rock and roll go around, man. What's my favorite Fortnite emote? I love a lot of them. This new wiggle one is definitely one of my favorites, though. I like the simplicity of it. I like how just funny and cool it is. I like it a lot. When am I going to start my stream tomorrow? I usually start my night streams around like 7 or 8 o'clock Eastern. That's probably when I'll start this one, too. Or the one tomorrow, I mean. Look at where that's landing. Can we take a second to appreciate that that is one of the worst spots for a supply drop ever to land? Holy God. Hell, it's a joke. I don't have a lot of good jokes. I'm gonna be honest. What is this song? All Time Low by John Bellion. It's an awesome song. Fort? Yeah, so it's a brand new item that's coming into the game. My chat is guessing that it's going to come in on Thursday, but it's been announced in the news portion of Fortnite. So if you open up Fortnite and you click on the little news button on the lower part of your screen, you should be able to see a... somebody just opened it. Oh, this is going to be so easy to kill somebody, man. I actually feel bad for this guy almost. GG's, man. What do you mean free skins? Oh, there's a ton of YouTube streamers that'll always put how to get free skins in their title. Doesn't exist thing. That's clickbait. The Fortnite clickbait community is insane. I try to be as honest with you guys and as transparent with you guys as I possibly can, because I know reputation matters, and not enough YouTubers pay attention to that stuff. Just because the views are too nice, man. The views and the money. But I'm looking to build an audience long term that trusts in me and my content. So I like to be honest with you guys about what I post. So that's why I do what I do. I'm not trying to pat myself on the back right now. I'm just letting you guys know that that's how I like to run my content. I don't like lying to people. I want to build a fan base, not people who are just here for giveaways and stuff. That's all I'm saying. I'll do giveaways, and I'm not saying I'm not going to do giveaways, but... Good shot, man. Guy's a solid player. I should have stayed and healed. I made the mistake of not healing. Whoa, whoa, where's my mouse? There it is. Did you see that guy? Hey, Hannah, sorry I'm late. Hey, Ezreal, SP, no worries. Appreciate you coming out to the stream. What is the reasoning Fortnite has so many glitches? Is it the sheer number of players? It's hard to code a game, man. I think a lot of people, like, absolutely just crap on Epic Games for not making a solid game. I mean, look at any other gaming developing team in the industry right now. Like, even ones that have been here forever. Look at a team like Activision for Call of Duty, right? Like, don't get me wrong, I love COD. But from a standpoint of complete constructive criticism, there is so many things that they could have improved on for World War II that they missed. There are so many things from the very beginning that should have been in the game that weren't. Call of Duty has been the #1 franchise for video games in the last 10 years. The #1 gaming franchise for the last decade. Or close to the last decade. Something like that. And the fact that they still don't invest as much time and energy as they should into all versions of their game, it leaves a lot of Call of Duty fans very heartbroken, including myself. They do a lot of things wrong, and I get they're trying to please a big audience, and I get that it's really easy to hate on a big company. And the Call of Duty fan base is so big, and the brand is so strong that they're always going to do pretty decent. But obviously, there will come a point when COD dies. And all it's going to take is a developer like Epic Games to come into their genre, who can do things better for free or for money. But if they just make a better gaming experience with better customer support, there's a lot of money to be made for whatever company can do that first. There's a lot of potential there. And again, that's reputation, right? All that comes down to reputation. That's the exact same way I want to treat my channel. I don't want you guys to come to my channel, you know, before you click on a video, wonder, hey, is this real or not? I believe he's above me or below me. How you feeling today? Yo, Brad, I'm actually feeling pretty good, man. But Joseph comes in with a sponsor. Thank you so much, Joseph, for that sponsor, brother. I seriously appreciate that, man. Let's get some Joseph hype in the chat. Enjoy your custom emotes, my man. Solid rip for you, my man. I don't know how I want to play this. Should try to go up to the roof. But Joseph, thank you so much for your sponsor, man. Enjoy your emotes and enjoy your custom, enjoy your double coins, man. Your 15 custom emotes and your double coins. Appreciate the support, brother. Wish we could have gotten the trap kill on that guy. I'll try to get more of these donations after this game, guys. Should have more of those mini potions right now. Yikes, I should be dead. Oh my goodness, man. Man. That sucks. What's up, Ellis? What's my Epic Games username? Just ProHennis. That sucked, man. No building material there. That was really hard to go against that guy. Sir Lowe's donates $2 and says, been watching since 50K. Love you, my guy. Thank you so much, bro, for the support. I appreciate the $2. Deathback donates 5 and says, the sponsor is my other account. Backing you up because I love your content and your banter. Keep up all the hard work and keep on gaming. Game on. Thank you so much, Deathback, for another 5, dude. You've donated so much today. I really, really appreciate it. Dear God. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, for real. Voodoo Man donates $1 and says, what is the hardest Fortnite challenge besides no weapons? The hardest Fortnite challenge? I think no building is a lot more challenging than a lot of people appreciate. Especially on PC, because on PC, it's just a fact it's easier to build on PC, so more people are more inclined to build on PC. So I guess for me, the challenge would be, no building would be really hard, especially to break the habit of building. I build all the time. It's just how I like, you know? It's just like literally ingrained in my memory. Like that's just what I do. It's just part of how I play this game. Vending machine only challenge? That'd be very interesting. That'd be very, very interesting. You're the definition of awesome. Keep up the good work, man. Thank you, Lily. Have I played Ninja or Myth in a 1v1? I have. I've played Ninja in 2 1v1s. I've never played against Myth. In Ninja, I mean, you could technically call it a 1v1, but I pickaxed him to death because I was able to get a weapon before he did. Not really a 1v1, but you can call it that. It's an upload on my channel. It's my most viewed video, actually, which is pretty cool. And then the other one was an actual build fight way back in the day. It's so cringy to look back in that gameplay now and see how far I've come, though, you know? What's up, Hot Tires? Didn't mean to destroy that. Is that a flamingo? I don't know if I've ever seen that before. I need a chest, dude. I need a chest very badly right now. Oh, there's one in here. What's good, Preston? Great way to get a lot of building material, guys. Especially here in Tilted. Helps so much. Just destroy all the items inside. Furniture and everything. How do you get coins? Simply by watching the stream. Am I listening to the intro 3? I think so, man. I forget if it's intro or what intro it is, but I recently heard all of them and just absolutely fell in love with them. I had already listened to a lot of NF before this, but these are insane. Alright, I don't know where all these rest of these guys are. I want to get a little bit more building material, though, and I could really use an AR. If I can push sort of like underground here, maybe in the back of this pickup I can find an AR. I Nah, I don't need the ammo. Yes, okay. Finally a chest, man. Jeez. Let's go, let's go, let's go. What's up, Pedro? Oh my god, what a chest! Holy Jesus. Best chest ever? Question mark? Like, maybe not even kidding, man. Oh my god. Shoot. Hennis, if you could go back in time, what would you redo? You're asking me some personal life-reflecting questions, man. It's a really good question, bro. I don't... Long term, I don't know. Whew. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What sport do I play? I played baseball and ultimate frisbee, and I did soccer when I was younger too. I legit said he's gonna get a scar. Yobira, you called it. What's up, A1 Alex? Or yeah, your name kind of looks like Alex, huh? Makes me think Alex anyway. Guess I want that. I guess we are dropping the medkit, guys. The feel sad man in the chat. Okay, let's get it. I know I'm not the last person here. 2 kills? No way. Oh. Right in here. Oh, everybody's saying green tack. Was there really? I didn't even notice it. I'll go back for it here in a sec. Slurp this right now. I'll go back for the green tack. I got you guys. I got you. Thank you, chat. Swipe. It's beneficial to have a few hundred more people watching your stuff. Alright, well, Hennis tries to figure this out. Just let him be. Where'd I play baseball at? Well, I'm from Maine, so I play baseball in Maine. But yeah, I'm a big fan of baseball. I still follow Major League Baseball, but I don't play it anymore. Not in school anymore. There's not an easy way for me to play it. I could probably join a league or something, but... Yeah, I'm playing on PC, guys. I'm playing on the PC. I think most people bounced out of here, and they have to anyways because of the storm. So let's get the hell out of here. Oh my god, dude. There's a guy in here. Pissed about leaving all those potions. It is what it is, though. At least we can rest knowing nobody else is going to have them. How old am I? I'm 19 years old, brother. Another chug jug? Yeah, we're getting really lucky with chests right now. What's my favorite MLB team? New York Yankees, brother. New York Yankees. I grew up in Maine and I'm a Yankees fan. Yikes. Am I right? Oh my god, that was disgusting. Somebody clip that. That was dirty as hell, man. It's been a really fast game, I think. Yo, Giancarlos is now hosting. Thank you so much, Giancarlos. I have gotten a bunch of jump pads today. No more, though. You guys only taking one right now. We'll pop this chug jug once we get it the hell out of here. Ask us a personal question? Ask you guys a personal question? Seems kind of weird. Correction, that is weird. What's my highest kill game? 19 kills solo. Kenny says he's going to eat and then he's down to play, guys. So we'll be playing with Kenny here in a little bit. Do I have any tips for beginners? One of the best things you can do for yourself in this game is to really practice building. So what I would prescribe is go out in the middle of an open field where you know you're more than likely not going to get challenged by a whole lot of people. Just practice your building, man. The guy was a solid player, you could tell. Wait, he handled all that? What's my most asked question? Do you remember me? That really sucks. Can I have a shout out? Can I have a shout out? It's definitely one of the more annoying ones. I'll get all these challenges here in a second, guys. Yo, Salt's Twitch, thank you so much for the host. I really appreciate that. Lost boy from Berlin. What's my longest snipe? 269 meters, I believe. That's my longest. Do I remember killing... Oh, yeah. That's another awesome one. Do I remember killing Ninja? Nah, I forgot about the 2 million viewed video I got. 2 million views killing Ninja. Pickaxing Ninja to death. Forgot about that video. How much hate that video got? Got a decent amount of hate. Got a good amount of love, though. Gained a lot of subs off of it and got a lot of views, so... Most level-headed people knew it was all in good fun. Some people took it to heart, though. Like, they saw the video and they were like, oh, you think you're better than Ninja. Like, look through that whole video. Tell me when I said that I'm better than Ninja. Part of the reason that video even got as many views as it did was because I pickaxed a really good player. A player who's better than me. It's the only reason the video is sensational enough to get views and hit recommended. Some people sometimes, man. It's a rock. What do I think about Alex Rami Gaming? I think he's done a lot of questionable, really bad things. He seems like a little bit of a weird guy, I'm gonna be 100% honest. No, it's a little unfair for me to say, but... Get built here, that's really sick. Oh, God. What's he destroying? Oh, no, no, no. You gotta be kidding me, dude. And he's such a noob, too. I didn't realize that was edited like that, so you could punch in the side. He had full health and full shield. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, man. That sucks. That's annoying. You know damn well he's been camping in there the whole game. Ah. It happens, man. It happens. Do I take donations? Yes, I do, Kaylee. There's a link in the description down below. That was annoying. Do I have the Raven skin? Yeah, I do. Solid rip. If you guys are enjoying the live stream, though, make sure you guys drop a like. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. When you guys subscribe, you are going to see your name appear in the lower right-hand corner. We just hit 336,800 subs. Thank you so much for that. Less than 200 away from 337K. Less than 200 away, I mean. You can edit that brick? That's true, I could have. If I was really fast and smart, I could have closed it. Because it's neutral. It doesn't, wasn't placed by another player. What I should have done. All spoilers like me are free. Let's get it, baby. Let's get it. Did I watch Logan Paul on Twitch? Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm not a big fan of Logan Paul. I'm not a hater of Logan Paul, but I'm there for the history, man. The dude comes to Twitch for the first time, pulls over 200,000 viewers. It's just fun. I don't care that he's on the Twitch platform. I think it's so petty and stupid, all the people that care so much that he's over on Twitch. It's like, oh, he's going to ruin the community. He's going to bring over all those 12-year-old fans. And I've already complained about this so many times, but people are so stupid, man. Logan Paul's done a lot of stupid stuff, but Twitch is a company. They'll enforce the rules. He'll be there for as long as he's fine with the terms of service. If you don't like him, then you don't watch him. I don't know why people care so much. People have such strong opinions about things that don't affect them. Logan Paul will not be a sustainable big face on Twitch. He's already a big face. If you don't like him, don't watch him. Problem solved. Oh, but he's too toxic. Who's Logan Paul? Does he read the Twitch chat? I try to, man. Yeah, there's just a lot more people watching on YouTube, so let's focus on that one. I don't know if any of you guys agree with me, but I just think it's... Guy in here. Oh, I thought that reaction time, though, he built up. He edited out. Good play on his part. We're playing bad. Didn't even hear him. I thought he was just running around in there. Oh, I caught up on all the donations. Oh, 2288 donated $1 10 minutes ago. I'm sorry I missed that. It said no shotgun challenge. I would hate the no shotgun challenge. I would hate it. When am I going to upload on Pro Tutorials? Dude, I got to upload more on that channel, for real. It sucks that I haven't, man. It really sucks that I haven't. How many wins have I had today? Just 2? Nothing crazy. Been live for 2.5 hours. We'll play a little more, Kenny. Have some more fun. Alright, guys. Right now, I'm following back every hashtag notification squad member on Twitter. So if you guys don't have post notifications on for the channel, if you tap the bell icon below the video player, you screenshot it and tweet it at me on Twitter, at ProHennis, I will follow you back. Every single person that tweets me proof with notifications will get a follow back. I should do a supply drop only challenge. I've already done that, man. It's up on my channel right now if you want to go watch it. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, we'll go here. man. This guy's pissing me off. Why did you block people? He was spamming me, so I blocked him as a joke. Just unblocked him now. Spamming my DMs. Ooh, this song. Let's freaking go. This song is fantastic, man. I freaking love this song. What's my favorite color? My favorite color is red. Is that above or below? I can't tell. Guess right to the other side of here. Aha! Found it! But the song Rockstar? Yeah, I do. It's on my playlist. What's up, Cooper Lee? I love Henna so much. I love you, man. Somebody else is here. I just heard footsteps. Was my favorite subjects in school? Probably math, in all honesty. I really, really love math. Up until I took calc. Calc killed it for me. I hated calc. That's why I dropped out. I'm just kidding. Not a fan of calc, though. Where'd everybody go, man? I swear somebody else was around here. This song is such a Lil Dicky song, man. Actually crazy. Alright. It's time to get the hell out of here. Imagine waking up in Chris Brown's body, though. That must be the sickest thing ever. Alright, Kenny says he's ready now. If you want to game. Let's get it, baby. What's up, King Patrick? Am I happy about the Portafort? It'll be interesting to see. It'll be very interesting to see how good it is. I'm not worried about it, though. I don't think. I don't know. I trust in Epic Games. They've done a fantastic job so far of not making things overpowered. I think, anyway. And I think they'll do the same thing with the Portafort. Their ability to keep adding new stuff like this and still keep the game fresh and interesting and balanced is really quite remarkable. And I think that's one of the hardest things to do as a development team. So, I give mad props to Epic Games. They're probably one of the best developers I've ever come across in any video game that I have ever played. They're truly remarkable what they're doing. And that's why their game's so incredibly popular. Not only is it free to play, it's mostly advertiser friendly. It's fun. It's unique. I know battle royales aren't unique, but it's unique in the sense of the building aspect. It's very, very friendly, very intuitive, very fun to watch, very colorful. Shoot. Yikes. Oh no. Is that a pump? Hell yeah, it's a pump. That's fine. God. Alright, we gotta go, we gotta go, we gotta go, we gotta go. I can't keep lagging, like, dilly-dallying like this. Kidding me? I'm gonna slurp this just cause. God. The lag for me with building, dude, is just insane. Oh, we have a long ways to go. What level am I? I'm level 95. Level 95. I bet $1,000 my kid's baseball game. I bet $1,000 on my kid's baseball game. My son asked why I was crying at the end of the game. I played it off and said I was so proud of him. Painkiller, you're a weird guy. You're a weird, really weird guy, man. I look over occasionally in the stream and I just see your chat messages. So strange. What's that noise? Like this weird humming, buzzing from outside. Do an impulse trick shot. I'll try to use the impulses at some point in this game. We've gotten them so many times and I haven't had the chance to use them. I'm live streaming on Twitch and YouTube right now, guys. So maybe if you go watch over on Twitch, or if you're watching on Twitch and you experience lag, try switching over to YouTube, vice versa. YouTube and Twitch. My Twitch is twitch.tv/prohennis. And my YouTube is youtube.com/prohennis. So it's pretty easy to find for both of them. Andrew with the $2 says, you deserve more even though I already sponsored. Thank you so much, Andrew. I seriously appreciate the support, bro. We're at 119 sponsors now. Thank you, guys. That's really, really cool. Chris donated 2 and said play with Kenny. Oh, Voodoo Man donated $1. I'm sorry, bro. I completely missed that donation. Let me get that here in a sec. You said, what's your opinion on the donating 20,000 to attractive Twitch streamers videos? He's got the money, man. People want to watch it. I mean, if that's his sponsor money, that's his sponsor money, right? You're talking about Mr. Beast. He's a cool guy. I think the videos are fun. I don't have any problems with him. Mr. Beast has got this cult-like following. It's crazy. Every single one of his videos does insanely good. Because he comes out with good content, though. A day. What it all comes down to. Got any tips? Practice building if you're talking about Fortnite. Like, biggest tip. Get good with building. There's a reason Myth is really good. There's a reason Ninja's really good. Not because they necessarily have the most god-tier aim. Watch their gunfights. Watch their build battles. Watch every engagement they have with an enemy player and tell me one where they don't build. It'll happen occasionally if they're just close enough or if they're trolling or whatever, but more often than not, it's the players that can build the best and build faster and get the high ground that always win. More often than not. Doesn't happen every time. I just brain farted for a second. I couldn't figure out how to pull out my building material. You guys got the wings on too. Uh-oh. Guys got a height advantage, right? There's your impulse grenade kill, folks. I wish I could have one-shot him. That would have been epic. Not my wall? Guess it wasn't. Still got a ways to go. What's up, Spooky Girl? Of course I remember you, Spooky Girl. What are you talking about? Of course I do. What's up, Dimitri? What's my real name? My real name's Henry. I love the impulse nades, man. Do I have flip coin? No, I don't have flip coin enabled. I spy with my little eye a perfect opportunity for an impulse nade. Jeez, man. That was good. That was good. What's up, Nova Remix? How you doing today, brother? I think we're going to have a lot of options for loot after this. What's up, Zoik? I'm shotgun. Like that. Run! Good. Only lost 14 health. That's not bad. Ah! We're good. If you guys are enjoying the stream right now, make sure you go ahead and drop a like, subscribe if you haven't done so already. We're close to 2,000 likes in the stream. Appreciate the love, guys. Shoot, dude. Get me up this damn mountain. So pissed if somebody starts to shoot me from above. Oh, God. No, dude, come on, man. That's so lame. We got pinched so hard. Ah, GG's to those guys. Freaking G's, man. Damn, Hennis, you focused? Yeah. Should have been able to win that, man. That sucked. That was unfortunate. This guy hung back, played smart, man. That's just bad positioning, I guess. There's no way these guys are literally right there. We'll see how this plays out. Oh, that kid. He's so lucky that kid missed that shot. Yep, that was going to get him 100%. It wasn't counting for splash damage. High ground's everything. High ground is everything, man. And I built my ramp in the wrong direction, so I trapped myself. If my ramp was built in the other direction, I would have survived that. That was my plan. As soon as he was going to stop shooting his AR, I was going to turn around and just edit myself out, but he did it faster, man. Not gonna apply a med kit, dude? He's already got one. Ah, campfire. Time for Kenny. It is time for Kenny. What's my biggest tip playing Fortnite? Get better at building. Biggest tip. Andrew donates 2 and says, I really want to play with you on PS4 one day. Can you give me your PSN? I appreciate that, man. I play with the people who I want to play with, man. Just like close personal friends or other YouTubers or stuff. Unfortunately, I can't play with everybody, but I am going to start playing with sponsors and like Twitch subs here soon, man. Very, very soon. So, all right, so 1v1. How many wins do I have? I have like a little over 400, like that. I had so many close like top 10 finishes or whatever. It's been. Don't want to join there. I look like I lost weight. Bro, I'm 5'8" and I weigh 140 pounds. Can't lose weight without dying. Guy's a good player. What's up, handsome?
What's up, man? You get that W?
Nah, I got pinched.
Damn.
Pinched and RPG'd. I had two really solid solo wins today, and then I had so many like top 5 chokes where it wasn't even like we missed our shots or the building was bad. We just got outplayed. I'm just waiting for this game to finish up. How was playing with Dirty?
Fun. We got some W's, dude.
Have you ever played with them before?
We played the COD beta together on PC.
Oh, okay.
Did you invite me? Are you gonna join off me? What's the deal?
I'm watching this kid right now. I'm just watching this game finish up.
Okay, I sent you an invite when you're done.
Alright. By the way, you ready for this? I'm pretty sure this happened. I haven't 100% confirmed it, but I think Pants on Fire denied my friend request. Because it went away from
you stole a scar.
How'd you
One more. Good job, buddy.
Never mind, I had potions for you, but you don't get them anymore.
You gotta put. You gotta
Free
put.
skins?
No, you gotta put new Port-a-Fort gameplay, and then
No, but there's no gameplay.
coming soon.
No.
Afterwards.
No,
Coming
no.
soon.
See, that's misleading. That's misleading.
No,
I told
no,
myself
no,
I would
it's
never
not.
do that. I told myself I would
No,
never
it's
do
not.
that.
It's not misleading. It's
No.
clickbait at its finest.
No, that's misleading because there's no gameplay.
Yeah, but you've put coming soon at the end, so they can't call it for clickbait. It just says coming soon.
Well, I just have new Port-a-Fort soon.
Yeah, so you just put gameplay and then coming soon after it. Dot dot dot.
But I don't think
people are here on
gameplay
me.
would make that much of a big difference. I'm still way behind you right now.
That's fine.
What's
I
up,
don't need
Nav? Listen, I peaked at like 2,500 viewers today. All right. I
you.
mean,
Really?
Yeah.
GG. Knocked one.
Liddy. I'm a-coming. Kid cried over a scar. You said he was going to cry. He never cried. I didn't say it was going to be the kid. I cried. Where are these people you're fighting?
That was
sniper.
a tree. 330.
They're still in there?
I'm not sure. I knocked one and then
Yep, still in there. Reaction time?
come here, buddy.
You should be able to get him.
I can't see him from my angle.
Hit him. I'm nading. You're all gonna fall down. Does it feel sad, man? Got them both. Ha! Omega lol.
Dude, can you just scope in on me real fast? But you can't even find me.
Yes, I can. You're right there.
Bro, I've been hard scoped this whole time just watching everything.
Why did you try to kill him?
UAV is online. I don't know, dude. I'm just having fun. It's kind of cool being in a bush. I feel like I'm playing like a single player game right now.
There's a scar down here for you if you don't already have one.
I'm on my way. 50,000 people used to live here. There's a
On my
ghost
way,
town.
soap. Look at this whole ramp that they
way,
built
soap.
across. It's kind of cool, actually.
Stay frosty.
Stay frosty.
I'm on my way.
The
Wish I
sound
could
of
get you.
Bush
Come on,
makes
you're doing
it
a
across
great
the
job.
street.
Anytime you want to stop though would be great. Thanks, pal. Do what?
Yo. What was I just gonna ask you? AR ammo. I only got 140. Do you have a lot? Or no?
127.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm fine. Actually, give me all of your AR ammo, please. Why are you going this way? Oh, this is done.
I don't know,
When
dude.
does the
Maybe because I'm
Port-a-Fort
playing
come out?
Fortnite.
Comes out Thursday. Pretty sure. We're just guessing though.
Don't shoot my bush, you some guns.
What do you think about the Port-a-Fort though? Somebody just asked in my chat what it is. You know what
It'd
it
be
is,
awesome.
right? I'm a
It'd
little.
be a
I mean,
fort.
but
People
Epic,
here. 60. 75. Musho!
it's so funny to hear you scream and just look at you as a bush.
Moving out. Oh, people over here, northeast 30. He's jumping around.
Oh yeah, I see him. Way too far ahead.
I hit him.
How many rockets do you have?
6.
Can you grab me?
I did. They're in my bush. Come grab them. Hit one.
Loading my sniper.
Hit another one. They're both low.
Pushing up.
Hit another one. What is this?
Got one. Pushing up. Oh god, he's literally right there. He's weak, he's weak. I hit him with a pump.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another 18 shots on my shotgun to do a little bit of damage on this, mate. I shot him twice with the bolt. Hit him with my shotgun about 18 times. He's still alive, mate. No big deal. I love this game. We're back. Gonna go and uninstall real fast, mate.
Yeah, I can't yell like that. I get evicted. Oh, gracias.
I hit 3 bolt shots there. I'm just saying. They're all cheating, and I'm doing Fortnite, so I'm about to be rich. You need any money? I mean, if I can hook you up with like a grand or 2.
I like money.
Yeah, I'll hook you up, dude, once I sue him.
Oh, sick, sick. Do you have any bandages by chance?
No, I got a campfire. Let's do it.
Get it.
Here. Help me, I'm on fire, Hennis! Oh, it's hot! It's hot, baby! Put out the fire! Whoa!
We have the same emote song? Because I have the Rocket Red one too. Wait, no,
Yeah,
I don't.
this
Never
one?
mind. The dab? I do have the dab. Oh, yeah, the Disco Fever, yeah.
You got the wiggle?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, no.
I love the Jibby. I got
Unlucky.
the slow clap too. Alright, edit me out, I'm ready. Bring me forward. Oh, God!
Let me out, daddy. I'm ready. I'm dead. Let's go.
Where are they? Got one. Where's the other? Is he on you?
Hey, but he just
Nope.
crawled. I didn't want it.
Behind, he's behind, he's behind.
Did you get him?
Nope. Shoot, I just lost height advantage. Where'd he go?
Bye, Hennis. I'm shooting it down. Come down now.
Dude, I can't
down,
edit
Ennis.
this. That's so annoying.
Hennis, I'm shooting it down. Come down.
A second. I actually survived that. I don't know how. I have 1 HP.
People behind you.
Did he heal up? I hit that guy so many times, dude. That was so frustrating. My God. I'll push
Little, little.
I survived.
Bandages over here on me. Do you have bandages?
God, no, I don't. Dude, I'm just appalled at the editing glitches in this game.
Bro, no joke. I trapped this guy in a box.
Where are you?
He crawled up and out through my roof. I had to edit it to get out.
What is happening? Holy God.
Here's the bandages.
To be fair, I don't think I was clicking that last one. But God damn.
Would have thought I'd get like this.
I have a jump pad, by the way, too.
What? You want to go?
We're in the safe zone. Why would we need to go?
Watch this. Ready?
Just did a super
you-
cool spin. I have a campfire.
People on us.
Yep. Okay.
Oh, back in here. I guess we'll have to just campfire it up.
What the hell just happened? They're right on me. He's gonna finish me. Guys, right. Last guy's right down below me, right next to me.
I'm not mad that my gold RPG isn't, killing anyone. I only shot both of them with my gold RPG, but that's fine that my gold RPG... Gold RPG!
Are you triggered?
Oh my God.
I'm mad at you right now.
I'm not really that mad, honestly. I'm so used to this game just being a big pile of dog crap! That is fine at this point. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry about that, dude.
It's cool, it's cool, it's cool.
Yeah, Uriel, thanks for being here, man. It's been a great stream. Thank you. Have a good one.
My whole phone just froze. Blame you. Never mind, it's good.
Your phone? And you're blaming me. Wait, hold on, what? Can I get a what? Uninstall the game. Bro, I literally put a guy in a box, built a ramp, and he just crawled through my roof. And he just left. He's like, bye. It's like, wait.
Kenny is perfect.
Hold on, what?
Nobody said you're perfect.
Cause you're amazing. Just the way you are.
Where you want to go? You call it. Tilted? I like it.
Yeah. Got my sister a parakeet. Me too. Cause you're a raisin. Just the way you are. Should have used your gold RPG to kill them? Yeah, dude. If Finis would have just shot one of them, that'd have been great.
Yeah. It's not like the Raven was weak or whatever he was wearing.
Bro, I shot them both with the gold RPG.
I shot him both with gold RPG. Yeah, and they didn't die.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they obviously weren't weak because gold RPG is 150 damage.
You obviously didn't hit him right on, spot on then, so your aim was probably off. That's all I'm hearing.
Alright, let me destroy this guy real fast.
Alright, well, I'm kind of loaded right now, so. Love when my weapons just disappear. That's a really neat new feature. Let me know if you need me.
Need you?
On my way, daddy.
Stop.
On my way, daddy.
Ennis. You wanna go back to losing solos?
Excuse me? What are you whining about over here?
Oh, I was just kidding. I don't need you.
Dude, this wall is impossible to break. It's crazy.
Oh, we're back.
It's not like I have a medkit for you.
I think you might have a pickaxe glitch or something. I'm
I just dropped
going
a
in.
medkit right here for you. You're more than welcome to take it if you want. Or not. That's cool too. Playing with Kenny's always a real pleasure.
What, dude? You keep the medkit. You're probably gonna need it before I ever will.
Why are you so mean to me? I really don't understand.
Bro, what is happening? My ears. Can they make that thing louder, please?
I think they could. Do you want them to?
Please. Cause you're a raisin just the way you are.
Ooh. Hey, so Kenny, wait. Kenny, wait. There's a medkit in here. I need you to take it so I can take the nade launcher.
Alright, they're coming around, by the way. Do you think I'm conspicuous being a bush inside this place?
There's a lot of bushes that just grow on buildings. I think so.
Like vines, right?
Okay. In case you were worried about me.
I'm here now. What do you need?
Right now, nothing. I'm all set. Give him the medkit he needs it. I offered it to him and he didn't want it. So that's just Kenny.
Guys, I'm being bullied.
Yeah.
I took the medkit. What do you mean?
No, eventually you did, yeah. You have any meds I can carry? I know you took those potions, but... I need more building material, too.
What?
Huh? Did you say
What?
something?
What? What?
What?
Holiday, who did he? What did he?
Who? Were you this disrespectful when you were playing with Dirty?
Nah, he's cool.
Okay. Dead. Forgot.
See, we're like best friends. I mean, him. We're just starting our relationship.
I see.
So I can't be a troll until, you know. To be fair, I did accidentally impulse this boat to death. I was trying to impulse this guy out of an attic, and it like stuck to the open space on my stair. It was really weird.
Yeah. I've had
And we
that
both
happen to me
went
before.
flying and died on Loot Lake.
Probably should go on the other side of Loot Lake. Granny, do
Yeah,
it
let's just
eventually.
run around it.
Well, you see that big sky base? Is there anything up there? Looks like a shot down.
Yeah,
Broken off.
definitely shot down.
This tree is glowing. What's up, Sky?
This guy does Minecraft?
He trolls the people he loves. That's one way of looking
Sure.
at it. Ooh, full potion.
You want a rock, paper, scissors for it?
No, actually, I'm good. I think I'll just take this one. People crossing the river. Hey, another bush. So lake, I mean,
Yo, do it.
all the way on the other side. Do what?
Push.
All the way on the other side.
Wait, a bush player?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh.
Get him once. Bush is off now. Building. Because he's scared. Which I don't blame him. Oh, there's a medkit right here. I'm gonna take that too. La-da-da. La-da-da-da-da-dee. La-da-da. La-da-do. Guy is so bad. Yeah, the only kid he's making cry today is me.
I was
My
muted.
life is a
Sorry,
meme
bud.
donates too and says, "Do you know Dewey? I know Dewey. It's thank you so much. Star
Hey,
Wars
Mego.
Master
Oh
Wells
my
with
God,
the-
he's,
with the one. Thank you so much.
full
And
sending on you right now.
Pop-Tarts. Pop-Tarts donates $4 and says, "Shout me out. I want to hit 70 subs." Yo, everybody starts
He's
at the
a
same
dead
place,
man.
man. My best advice
Rest
is
in
just
peace.
to ask your family and friends to watch to get you off the one viewer list, man. That usually helps a lot. Just have them open up a tab or something in the background while they're doing work or whatever. Hopefully that works out for you, man. Hennessy, you feeling okay? Yeah, I'm feeling fine. My happiness levels just go down a little bit when I get bullied, that's all.
Bullied? What'd I do?
What did I do? How long have I been playing? About 3.5 hours. I'll probably be getting off soon. I won't be playing for too much longer. Kind of hungry too.
You've been hit by a smooth criminal.
Oh, so Kenny, do you have in the room that you record in, that you're playing in right now, do you have sound foam on the wall?
Acoustic panels?
Yeah, with those. Yeah,
Yes,
those
sir.
Foam acoustic panels. I bought some for my room.
Nice.
I think they help. So I ordered them off of Amazon. They come
yeah.
today. What are
Oh, did you get the cheap ones or the good ones? What's the thickness that you got?
I don't know. Probably like an inch.
Right, bro. Oh no, you want at least 2.
Really?
The inch ones honestly do nothing. Those are the ones I bought when I first did it. I mean,
Okay.
they'll do something. It's like hanging up a curtain, but
Right.
an inch just it's not really deep enough to do the intended purpose. You got to get at least 2.
Okay. So should I not even bother putting them up and just send them back or return them and buy the 2-inch ones or what?
Yeah, I would if I were you.
Okay.
You'll notice like when you get the 1-inch ones, look at them and be like,
I haven't
Just
even opened up.
remember
I
I'm-
haven't even opened up the boxes yet. So.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Definitely get the 2-inch. It'll be
Oh yeah, they're pushing back towards Dusty. I see him.
Oh, what the hell? Got him.
Nice shot.
I thought I saw a different guy here. That was a girl. I swear I saw a guy skin. I guess not. Whatever. I'm not even mad.
Not even mad, mate. Shooting all the way back.
Yeah, it's way back there.
I have a rocket or RPG. You want a rocket ride?
I'm down.
Right in front of me.
Hole.
No way. Oh my god, dude, that was so good too. Hold on, now come back, come back, come back.
Yay!
Yay! Dude, that's actually such a good. Oh my god. I want to see your screen right now so bad. They're actually building there too. Oh my god. They're building over to you. The other guy's building over. I'm RPGing over there. Other guy jumped out. They're both on the bottom. Both outside the dice now. Put him on top. Hit him. He's weak. Stop, Kenny.
I'm gonna die.
Do you have any more rockets?
I surely do not.
I gotta make it for you, by the way. Oh, you
I
can
got
take
a
that
chug
shot. Yeah, yeah, perfect. I'll take these medias instead. There's 8 of them.
Okie dokie.
You don't have any rockets?
I have 4.
Okay. I'm gonna head back up there because there was more loot up there for sure. There had to be. Right?
All right. Well, this guy's loot fell down, and then there was that guy that we looted already.
Huh.
In my professional opinion, I would say no.
That was a solid rocket ride there, not gonna lie.
That was a good rocket ride, my dude. Well played. You're getting better at that. You've been practicing, bro?
No, actually, I think I just got lucky.
Twice?
I mean, I definitely feel more on point today than I was yesterday.
Oh, there's only one team left.
I got a jump pad, by the way. BT dubs. You want to rocket ride somewhere again?
No, let's just jump head.
Alright, let's just go up top here then. Hold on.
What the heck are you doing?
They could have been behind us that whole time too.
Like from Dusty?
That's what I'm thinking, yeah, maybe.
Oh, me.
I'm not near you. Gonna launch my last rocket over there. It's all you. Get him, Kenny!
Yes, sir.
I haven't seen anybody die yet, and I'm getting shot at, so only a little worried. Okay. Don't worry, I'm totally not scared right now.
Oh my god, they need to turn team damage back on in this game. The guy's teammate was right on top of me, he's just RPGing the ground at me. These kids are pretty bad, they just got lucky RPG. You're shooting your base out, you're gonna fall. GG.
G freaking G.
Dance on him,
brother.
Hennis. Dance on him, Hennis.
We got him, baby.
Did my
Let's
shotgun
go.
do 7 damage?
GG's in the chat, guys. If you're new, make
So
sure you guys
dumb.
drop a like,
Me and
subscribe if
his
you
teammate
haven't
are
done so
literally
already.
in a one
Let's
by
get it,
one,
man. Let's get it.
shotgunning each other.
Poggers.
He's like, "Don't worry, brother. You'll take no damage from this." RPG.
Oh my god. What's up, Sky? Solid dub, Kenny. Solid dub.
GG, buddy. GG.
Guys, we are 4 likes away from hitting 1,900 likes in the stream. Appreciate all the support. All right, I think I'm gonna make this my last game. Make it a good
I
one.
feel you, dude. Make it a good one, dude. 30 kill.
30 kill duo? That'd be really solid.
Stupid impulse grenades.
Are you gonna end your stream after this too?
No. Well, I've been streaming for 5 hours.
I hate you.
What?
I'm live for 3.5. You're like, I've only been live for 5 hours. I'm not a slacker.
I'm trying to make it to where, like, I do, at least, like, 7 hours-ish.
I want to spread out my times more. I want to do like 3 or 4 hour stream, like one in the morning and then one at night. That's what I want to try to do.
Yeah, I actually been doing the last couple of days, or last, like, week. But my sleep schedule's finally getting bad again, so I say that I woke up at, like, 9 a.m.
I stayed up from yesterday all the way until like 11 a.m. this morning, and I fell asleep until 2. Then came back to my apartment. Because I was at my dad's condo. I wasn't even sleeping at my own place. And then, yeah, I came back here, and then from like 3 till 7 or 8 slept. So,
Wow.
yeah, I'm pretty ruined right now. But
Yeah, honestly, might just do a little bit more
insanely
mukbang. Do you ever just, like, not play, but just talk to your stream? I bet it's kind of hard to do that on YouTube.
I'm always. Wait, what do you mean not play?
Like earlier, I took like a 30-minute break where I just ate food and talked to my stream.
Oh yeah, I don't.
I feel like
Yeah, on
YouTube
YouTube,
wouldn't be as
I'm liking
accepting.
this. Yeah. How the whole recommended system works.
yeah,
Like I'm constantly fighting to keep people in here, so
yeah.
I feel like I always want to play, you know.
Yep, yes sir.
I'm at the base of Trump Tower right now.
Over.
Billiard, you're shooting for 5 hours today? Damn.
Billiard did?
That's what we like, Billiard? Yeah.
I don't know why, but I like never see his streams. Billiard wins the 24-hour.
Oh my god,
no.
I just got lasered.
No, don't finish him, don't finish him. He's my friend, he's my
They're trying
friend.
to finish me. They're trying to finish me. He's coming in. He's gonna finish me. They're both pretty bad. I just got pinched in an awkward place.
Oh,
That's their trap. Yeah,
good call, good call.
I didn't even know where they placed it. All I did was hear it. I didn't see it.
My god, he was hiding behind the door anyway.
Yo, the
No.
fake Nick A30 comes in and says, "Is this a family-friendly stream?" It is indeed. It is indeed. Wait a minute, is that the fake Nick A30 before I start talking smack? There's no check mark. I can't remember. He's got to be verified, right? He's got to be.
Think so.
Yeah, this guy's got 12 subs. Get the hell out of here.
Did you hear about the fire at Trump Tower? I heard. What happened?
Was there actually a fire at Trump Tower?
Yeah. Did someone like set it ablaze because they were mad at Trump, or?
Oh, sick. Oh, no, you're just guessing.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Oh, I thought you were... Rules. What? Richard Howard. What's good? That's why Twitch is the best. You're at 100. Billy, you have 100 subs on Twitch? There's no way.
He's lying.
There's no way you have 100 subs on Twitch.
He's lying.
Damn, now I have to unsub. Sorry, Pro Hennessy, you another life. It's all good, man. I understand. Am I going to do a Raven skin giveaway? I already did on my Twitter. Is this the real Pro Hennis? No. I'm a fake impersonator.
Oh shit, where are we going?
Tilted Towers. Billiard grinds. Yeah, Billiard does this really cool thing where he streams like every other day.
Yeah, he's on that grind, dude.
Grind. Just kidding. Billiard, I'm pretty sure Billiard's actually been streaming every day for like the last close to a week, I think. Trying to get into it.
Dang, a weekend, baby.
It's exciting
Let's
when you're
get
just
it.
starting out, yeah.
What are you saying? It's not exciting now? Uh-oh.
I'm plateauing. I'm depressed. No, I'm just kidding.
It's the end for me, guys.
No. 2 floors down. I've got no weapon.
I took 1 million fall damage. I'm dead.
You're at like 60 right now. Not even. You're at 70.
80.
That's what I said. I got 1 mini potion for you.
Thanks, man. I got 2 more. Ooh.
Was there anybody who landed above you?
I don't know. I think they went down.
No, that's my chest. That's my chest. It's my chest.
I just want a bandage. Wow, you literally got everything.
You good?
Got on the stairs.
Answer my question.
Bye, Paco!
Sick. Blue AR. Thanks, man.
Wait, you got a blue AR through the door?
I
That's
grabbed
actually
it.
so triggering.
Got a full potion too. Sick.
Are you flipping my doodle right now?
You flipping my doodle?
Not yet.
There's another full potion out here for you.
Can you grab it for me, Dad?
Yep. I got you, sonny boy.
Servers are down for 25 minutes? Weird, I'm playing.
Surge
You know what
of
that
viewers
means?
incoming.
I'm cool.
That's a miss. Rip.
Henry. I'm here for big potion.
I have it on me right now. Follow me up to the top of the tower, Kenny. I missed every shot. He's directly below you.
My shotgun decided it wanted to go flying.
He's down below, all the way down below now. Yep, in the garage. Oh god. I just took a hell of damage. It's Twitch streamer. GG's.
I danced on him. I feel bad.
Oh, you're good on potion.
Still waiting for the big shield pot.
Rebuilding, right up here, right up here, right up here. Hit him once, twice, shield. Good stuff.
Don't even dare, buddy. Still waiting for that big shield pot.
That's alright, I got it now. Do you have any mini potions?
Yeah, I got one. Oh, here's a med kit. Oh, you take it. You need it more than I do. I'll keep the mini. Actually, here, no. Take the mini in both.
Woo!
Easy
Anyone know
like
if
Sunday
the solo squad give
morning.
more XP than solos? I don't think so. I think your XP is just a function of the people you're playing with and your XP bonus. I think that's it. And the amount of kills you get and how long you survive. I don't think it's a function of whether or not you're at a disadvantage if you're solo squatting. I don't think. I could be wrong. What do you think? What do you think, Kenny?
I think you're right.
Hey, you realize, Kenny? We managed to
Yeah.
siege that guy really, really well. With
Oh, yeah,
almost
dude.
minimal communication. Like, we just ran. We had. I mean, that's like one of the tallest buildings. Tilted. We just ran up it and annihilated him.
Like sometimes, you know, you just gotta,
There's a supply drop here to
When you-
150. I'm going for it.
when you play with someone, you just kind of learn like how they play.
Yeah. Feel that? Are you saying we're like connected?
Gay.
I wasn't going to use the word gay. I was just going to say connected.
Super gay.
Pass up the Scar. It always confuses me. When you guys say Scar, I think sometimes you mean scoped AR, and there's a very big difference between a scoped AR and a Scar.
Yeah.
Julia says he's 12 stars away from John Wick, LMAO. Imagine having Season 4 end, like, at the end of this month and not having John Wick yet. Like a lol.
Imagine not being level 100 in Battle Pass. Are you level 100 yet? Like overall for the season?
Nah, I'm 95.
Damn, you need to grind, bud.
Don't tell me what to do.
Just kidding. We still got like what, 2 weeks of challenges, 3 weeks?
Yeah, something like that.
You Gucci. Any big shields?
It's stuck. Nope. I got a med kit though. And nade launcher. How many rockets do you have?
10.
Rassy ass.
Well, Susan!
Imagine buying Omega lol. Yeah, you're right. Buying it's kind of silly. Because it's not like you want the skin or anything, right? My bad, Billiard. I forgot.
Henry, you're so toxic.
Kenny, you don't even have any room to tell me I'm toxic.
What do you mean? You're being toxic,
There's
dude.
mini potions right in here, by the way, if you can carry those. Kenny's like sub-toxic.
Me?
Not just flat out mean, but he does mean things to me.
I'm stuck.
My contact's drying out already. I like woke up at 8 p.m. and put in new contacts. How's it even possible? No
I
grind, no
understand
grind from
contacts.
you? That's right, Billy. That's why I'm a higher level than you in this game, right? No grind from me? Oh my god, lol.
How much is it to get LASIK surgery or whatever?
I don't know how much it is, but you're not supposed to get it until you're like in your early 20s.
How old are you?
19.
No, you're not. You're 20.
I'm 19.
God, I
July-
can't play with you until you're 20.
July 7th, 1998.
God, 1998. What the heck?
Yeah, I know, right? Billiard was born in like 2003.
Wait, are you serious?
I actually don't know. I don't think so. No, because he's 16 or 17. Shots right up here, southeast. I have a jump pad if you want to just jump pad to him.
Yeah, I do.
Right up here. Trying to burst me. It's just one guy.
When you say it's just one guy?
Well, it was just one guy. Do you see his teammate around here?
Yeah. One tap. Back of the house.
They're going up to the jump pad. No, why'd you destroy it?
I didn't. What are you talking about? It's right there.
I didn't see it. What the hell?
Jeez. Bullied.
You just go. Knock him down. I'll make a roll. Better by the, yep. Oh, what the heck? People on the mountain?
Now who's grenade launching?
Me. Oh, God. I'm dead.
Why are you dead?
I'm fine. I just got sniped from somewhere else. I don't think it was that guy. I'm okay for right now, by the way. Maybe that was the guy. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he one bursted you.
It felt like I think it was a sniper. I got sniped. Pretty sure it said I got sniped.
I don't know.
I gotta make it. Do you have any potions, or did those guys have any?
I think they might have some. I can give you one.
Gracias. You have the same birthday? Hey, July 7th, 1998. Damn.
Did the
That's
jump
your
head die?
Yeah, it did.
Oh, it didn't.
Oh, it's right there. What the heck? Why did it not disappear? Or when I was here earlier, it disappeared. I'll take
no
all
potions.
the rockets you can give me.
14?
I can also take meds if you want me to as well. I just pick them up already? Oh, they're right there. Did you get all this guy's loot over here that you down by the wooden thing?
Huh?
This
Yeah.
wooden thing over here? You got this guy's loot? Okay.
Oh, no. I don't know. Maybe?
Oh, I don't have any building material. Holy crap. How much do you have?
Here.
Gracias. I'll take his, stupid to take his nades. I'll take the sniper.
Okay.
Okie dokie, you do that, sir.
Your duties, alright?
It is 1 a.m. My
What?
freaking
Morning,
goodness.
morning. No wonder I was getting tired, dude. I'm going to bed at like midnight. I'm grabbing that blue tech.
Holy crap, it's far.
Wait, we're shrinking?
Yeah.
I'm actually dead, GG. What? You got another jump pad?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm actually dead. I don't even want to run. How do I commit suicide?
Wait, do you have any... No, don't tell me you're not actually going to try.
You're telling me I actually have to run all the way through this just to die?
What's up, John? I don't think you're actually
That's
going to
just
die,
depressing.
do you? No, you're 100% going to die. Never mind. I'm probably going to die, too.
We're-
It's only taking one.
We're
but-
dead. We're
I got-
actually dead.
I had 99, so I think I might be alright.
Holy moly. Frame drops, so you need to put your settings back to normal? My settings are normal. Frame drops is my
drop top?
internet.
I can see the ending. I'm going to make it. 100%. You're not. And I can't save you, I don't think.
Ennis, please.
I can't save you.
Ennis,
Not saving you.
don't let me die.
I actually don't know if I'll make this. To be 100% honest with you. Wait, you have bandages?
Yeah.
God, I didn't think you did. I really hope I don't get down by this. Oh my god, it's gonna be so close. What? That is BS. That right there is BS. How am I down here? I haven't moved. They're building across the lake. You gonna be able to make it?
Maybe. If my mom loves me.
How did I go down? I was through. Do you have any more? No, you don't, do you?
Yeah. Ennis, I'm gonna
You gotta
die.
apply. You're gonna die. Why didn't you apply? How did you survive that? That's exactly what happened to me. How many more
I'm
bandages do
insane.
you have?
5.
How many bandages did you pick up?
I had 12.
My lord. Might actually win this now. You do realize that?
Oh yeah. These guys are nowhere here.
Yeah, and there. You see that brick that just came out of the water too? There were people there. The guy there.
Guy inside the thing.
Yeah, did he hit you? He did. You know, he's all. We're talking about. They're all the way up.
Don't come in this. Don't come in this door. There's a trap.
There's an RPG
Okay.
back here. Okay. Scar back here too. The hell? Storm's moving again. Taking the RPG instead of the nade launcher. We gotta move Kenny to Storm.
Ah, this guy doesn't miss a shot, dude.
Okay.
Don't come up. Oh, there's a trap somewhere yonder.
Yeah, I know. Crawl down in here. Crawl down in here. What are you doing? Why are you making my life so difficult?
He's somewhere safe.
I have to break this. or else
Just
they're gonna
pop a
throw it.
med kit, die instantly. What are you doing, buddy?
Why is it not reviving you? What the hell? I didn't know they broke the
Yeah.
top.
There's okay, that guy was just flying. Garbage, dude.
Ah.
Ba-da-da-da-da. Rip LOL. That RPG shouldn't have killed him at all, to be honest.
Wait, Matt Alexander, what are you talking about? I think that might be my last one.
Alright, man. GG's.
GG's, dude.
Have a good one, brother.
See you later, my man.
See ya, bud.
Have a good one. Alright, guys, I think I'm going to go ahead and head out. The chat used to be fun, and we'd play with Hennis and make him think trans some stuff. Now it sucks. That's why I literally don't watch anymore. I just wanted you to know that this used to be fun and interaction, and people enjoyed laughing and joking, but when you have some douche that doesn't think anything is funny at all. What are we talking about? I'm playing a different game, man. I get that interaction is a really big part of my stream. Okay, I want to talk about this for a second. I'll talk about this for a second. So, this is not the first time that people have come at me. Like, I'll acknowledge the donations too. Like, Zombies fans is really just how I'll refer to it, just because in general, the Zombies fans are pissed that I don't do Zombies anymore. Ruins Day for everyone. I was talking about Smokey being a downer. Oh. No, I like when it comes to it's plenty of fun. It's a different dynamics. The problem is like, so I'm streaming a completely different game than what I used to stream, right? I used to stream only Zombies, and now I'm doing only Fortnite. And the reason I made that switch, I think it's pretty obvious. Fortnite is an awesome way to grow channels. It grows a lot of channels. It gets a lot of views. The market is massive for this game. And I enjoy this game a lot more than Zombies. I remember when we would joke about raids and other big channel stuff was hilarious. I get what you're saying, man. I think what you're most pissed about, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the level of interaction. And I get that. And it definitely has decreased since I've been playing Fortnite. And I know this is like, Hennis, you never talk to me anymore on Twitter. I feel like you ignore me now. There's too many people for me to answer all DMs on Twitter. I follow like 17 or 1600 people. I can't 1700 people. I can't respond to every single DM. I try my best to be interactive. The problem when I'm playing a game like Fortnite, I can't be as interactive with the stream. You look at a game like Zombies, I can literally spend seconds looking at the chat, seconds upon seconds looking at the chat, and not have to worry about dying or losing in game because I know where the zombies are. It's easy to train. But with a competitive game like Fortnite, where stuff's constantly changing, I'm actually playing against other people. I totally get the frustration that the interaction is going to go down, but that's because I have to put more time and energy into the game. When it comes down to it, no, I'm not upset with you, bro. I think it's lame that these cats don't want to laugh and joke when you're playing. They just want to fix in the mud. Okay, I get what you're saying. But I'm going to acknowledge this too, because just flat out, people, I know that there are people who are frustrated by this. You don't talk to Twitch chat enough. That's 100% a fact. They're not haters, man. These are no. I'm just gonna call you Rabbit. These people aren't haters. This is 100% a real thing, because I built my channel off of interaction. I think that a lot of the reason that I became successful, and part of the things what I love about streaming, is being interactive. And when you aren't interactive, I feel like that's what separates me. I love being interactive. I love engaging with people. I can't respond to every message. I think that's what I should start with. I cannot respond to everything. With a game like Zombies, I could focus more in the chat because it's a game that doesn't require as much as my attention. But with a game like Fortnite that's more competitive, views are attached to wins. Wins don't equal skill. What's up, Carnage? Welcome to the stream, follow. Wins don't necessarily equal skill, but people want to see you win. And if I don't win as much, I won't get as many viewers. That's just a fact. So I'm going to focus more on playing the game, try to win. And to do that, I have to pay more attention to the screen, right, when I'm actually playing. So that, and as a result of that, I won't be interacting as much with the chat. You know what I'm saying? And I know a lot of you guys get that, and it kind of sucks, but when I do Zombies, you notice I can be much more interactive with the stream. And I can't respond to every single message either at the end of the day. So I do my best. I want to get wins for you guys. It's difficult to balance. I also got to acknowledge donations, or else people get pissed if I don't acknowledge donations fast enough. But I hope you guys sort of understand where I'm coming from in that regard. Because for some games I can be more interactive, and some games I can't. So, and it's just as a needy chat. Lol. High maintenance queens. JK chat, I love you. You make me a much better player myself. Interaction is nice, but we respect that it's tough with a PvP. Yeah, it is. It's definitely tougher with a PvP. And balance is something I'm always working on. Because balance is so important. Balance is so important. Cool. You're the best player I've watched. You kill design ninja. Hashtag the best. I don't know what it means to kill design somebody, but definitely not better than ninja. Just statistically, it's not even a matter of opinion. But thank you. Stream Minecraft Hunger Games, please. Yeah, it's like, and that's the thing too. As I get bigger, there's gonna be more people who aren't gonna get noticed and more people who are gonna get pissed. I've lost supporters just simply because I haven't been able to interact with them on the level that I used to. Channel's growing, the content's changing. I have to adapt as a creator. Stuff's gonna constantly be changing. And so I like when people are here for the interaction. I gotta focus on creating content that's entertaining, be good at the game, while also trying to be extremely interactive with a chat that demands every single message be read. It's not reasonable. So I'm just gonna start repeating myself if I keep going, but balance is important. On that note, really glad you guys enjoyed the stream today. The stream did amazing. I think we peaked at like 2,500 viewers. A lot of support. And Zombies is better, but you like Fortnite more, and so do I. Yeah, Zombies is an awesome game to stream. One of the best games to stream. That's why I love streaming it. But I like balance. Love the balance. Hennis, I'm always here and understand what you're talking about. Thank you. Yeah. Hopefully you guys get where I'm coming from. And I think this stuff's important, just so I can be like transparent with you guys about sort of what goes on in my head, the reasons for why I do stuff. That's why it always pains me when people hit me with like, "Oh, you don't respect your chat as much anymore as you used to. You don't care about us anymore." Like, what? You literally could not be more wrong. The funny part, you literally could not be more wrong. I built my channel off of interaction, and that's what I'm going to keep doing. Never going to change. All right, let's find somebody to raid, because I haven't raided somebody in a long time. Good. How do you type so fast? Just been on the PC a long time. All right, let's find somebody to raid here. It's been so long since I've done a raid. I'm kind of hoping there's going to be some new people here that I don't even recognize. Fortnite Porta Fort new item. Fortnite Stoner stream. $10 equals a dab. Get free skins now. Top PC player. I get the desire to get views, man, but I don't know. YouTube streaming is a cluster. Cluster! Let's see. Yo! Sick thumbnail, dude. Damn. You guys see the thumbnail on this dude's stream? That's lit. Does that look familiar to any of you guys? Read this guy. Okay.
Got him for 60.
Alright, I'm gonna post this link in the chat. Everybody head over to his stream and type hashtag HennisRaid.
Keep shooting.
Go show him some love. Oh, man. Go type hashtag HennisRaid in this chat, guys. It looks exactly like your thumbnail. It is my thumbnail. He literally took my thumbnail. That's the joke. You stole Hennis's thumbnail, LMAO. It's not that big of a deal, guys. Don't go in there hating on him. This is a genuine raid. We're not raiding him because he stole my thumbnail. We're raiding him. We're raiding him.
Oh my god.
Check these donuts. David Lopez with a $1 says, which headphones do you have and how do you like them? I have HyperX Cloud 2s, man, and I freaking love them so much.
Badly.
HyperX Cloud 2s. They are amazing. I want to get partnered with HyperX so bad.
Yo, I just got what? I just got stream hype all of a sudden.
You hit recommended, man.
22 people just bum rushed in here. Nice. No way.
Fuck. Get hit by rockets.
Dude, my gun is not working. What the hell? What up, y'all?
Thank you, Harsh.
Y'all the best.
Guys, go check them out. Go drop a like on the stream. If you guys are new to my stream, make sure you guys drop a like on it. Subscribe if you haven't done so already. Appreciate the love. I haven't donated quite a few times, but I can't donate much this time. David Lopez, no worries, man. You're fine. You're fine.
30.
The rockets coming.
The link is broken. Yeah, the way the links work on YouTube is so stupid, man.
Will, you need to help
You might have to go type it in. William Cookies. Like a
Should
lol.
be good. Thanks.
Ah,
It's coming again.
Someone said cool thumbnail.
bro.
Omega lol. Alright, guys. I'm heading out. Appreciate all the love.
Hype.
You guys are lit. I'll see you guys tomorrow, though. I don't know if I'll do a morning stream tomorrow. But of course, I'll have an afternoon stream, possibly a video. We'll see how things go. Thank you all so much for the support. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Make sure you guys have on post notifications for the stream so you never miss a future video. Tap the bell icon below the video player, screenshot it, tweet it at me. I'll see you guys in the next one. Until next time, everybody, keep gaming. And as always, stay cool. Adios.